Good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Allen, the Ward 6 Council member and Chair of the Council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Tuesday, February 11th, 2025, and we are meeting both in room 412 of the historic John A. Wilson Building and on the Zoom virtual platform. The time is now 10:10 a.m., and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing of the committee. This is the committee's third performance oversight hearing of 2025, and today the committee will receive testimony from government witnesses on the District Department of Transportation, the Bicycle Advisory Council, the Multimodal Accessibility Advisory Council, and the Pedestrian Advisory Council. The Bicycle Advisory Council serves as the advisory body to the mayor, council, and district agencies on matters pertaining to bicycling in the district and makes recommendations to DDOT's bicycle coordinator regarding the budget and the comprehensive bicycle transportation and safety program. The Multimodal Accessibility Advisory Council advises the mayor, council, and district agencies on how to make local transit and public space in the district more accessible to persons with disabilities. The Pedestrian Advisory Council serves as the advisory body to the mayor, council, and district agencies on matters pertaining to the improvement of pedestrian safety and accessibility. The District Department of Transportation, or DDOT's, mission is to equitably deliver a safe, sustainable, and reliable multimodal transportation network for all residents and visitors of the District of Columbia. Pursuant to that mission, DDOT designs, constructs, maintains, and repairs alleys, sidewalks, streets, bike lanes, bridges, and tunnels throughout the district. The agency also manages the DC streetcar and until last year managed the circulator bus service. Additionally, DDOT administers the district's inventory of automated traffic enforcement cameras, which issue tickets for speeding and failing to stop at a signal. And among its numerous other functions, DDOT plays a critical role in school safety through its Safe Routes to School and School Crossing Guard programs. Beyond managing transportation projects, DDOT is also one of the main agencies involved in public space management, whether it's closing off streets for a parade or a farmer's market or issuing permits for streeteries and block parties. The agency's urban forestry division cultivates the district's urban tree canopy, which beautifies the city while offering residents and visitors shade. And when the sun goes down, DDOT is responsible for illuminating the district with a streetlight program. In sum, DDOT's functions are far-reaching, and while it's fair to characterize DDOT as the district's transportation agency, the agency also shapes the very character and culture of our city. So I really look forward to today's conversation. With that, some comments on the format for today's hearing. Our first panel will be composed of representatives from the BAC, MAAC, and PAC. After an opportunity to hear from those representatives, we will then turn to the DDOT's director, Sharon Kirschbaum, for her testimony, followed by an opportunity for questions. For anyone who is still interested in submitting testimony on these agencies for the record, the committee is still accepting written testimony from the public through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings, and the record closes on February 19th, 2025. So with that, we are going to turn to our three chairs of the Bicycle Advisory Council, the Pedestrian Advisory Council, and the Multimodal Accessibility Council. That's Warren Gorelick, chair of the BAC, Heather Foote, co-chair of the PAC, and Karthik Balabsubrahmanian, chair of the MAAC. So let me go ahead and bring those three individuals up. Ms. Foote, if you'll come on up to the table, and I believe we have our other panelists online. Okay. All right, so I believe we've got Mr. Gorelick here on the Zoom platform, Ms. Foote here in person, and Mr. Balabsubrahmanian, I believe, is in process of getting logged in. So why don't we go ahead and get started? Mr. Gorelick, we'll go with you first, and then we'll go to Ms. Foote after that, and then we'll go to Karthik after he joins us. So Mr. Gorelick, when you're ready.
Thank you. And good morning, Chairman. My name is Warren Gorelick. I chair the DC Bicycle Advisory Council, which we refer to as the BAC. We are grateful for the work you and your staff have performed over many years on bike safety, and particularly your committee staff, Kevin Wilfield, updates us regularly at our BAC meetings, even though it's outside business hours. It's an unhappy irony that cycling is more dangerous today than when Vision Zero commenced in 2015. Not only was the 2024 zero death target not met, in fact, last year there were 52 traffic fatalities, the highest on record. And this was not an outlier. The death rate has been on a steadily upward climb for each of the past 5 years. 5 years. In general, the view of the BAC is one of a glass half empty, half full. The BAC wants to acknowledge the great work by DDOT's expert staff in the capital planning and sustainability divisions, as they continue to advance bike lanes in the pipeline, not least those in Adams Morgan and Florida Avenue, where there were many traffic injuries. The BAC also supports Capital Bike Share, which had over 3.7 million trips in 2024, a stunning 31% increase from the prior year, thanks to DDOT's adept pivoting to e-bikes, which are just killing it in terms of popularity with riders. DDOT also helped 293 residents buy e-bikes this year through an incentive program that I believe you, Chairman Allen, had a major hand in. But while work progresses on current bike lane projects, DDOT has imposed a de facto moratorium with respect to new bike lane proposals, perhaps in reaction to the Connecticut Avenue debacle, where the district reversed its earlier decision to build a bike lane after a large amount of taxpayer funds had already been spent. For nearly 2 years now, DDOT has refused to greenlight a single new bike lane and apparently won't propose new bike lanes for about 2 more years while it completes work on a 5-year plan that commences in 2027. Since DDOT's Move DC 2021 plan was supposed to set goalposts through 2045, we failed to understand why we even need another master plan. And we were told last month that DDOT was still in price negotiations with the contractor, so it appeared that work on the 5-year plan has not even begun. If DDOT fails to propose new bike lanes now, there will be a multi-year gap before any new bike lanes are commenced after the current pipeline is completed. We therefore call on BAC to initiate new bike lanes concurrently with its work on its 5-year plan. BAC also notes that DDOT is no longer increasing the number of red light and speed cameras. While it moves some of the existing cameras around from time to time, that is like robbing Peter to pay Paul, and the lag on automated traffic enforcement comes at a time when the DC auditor found that DDOT has failed to enforce traffic laws and to make significant safety-related changes. We are also concerned that the mayor does not seem interested in fulfilling a statutory mandate to pursue ticket reciprocity with Maryland and Virginia. Until the district obtains reciprocity, DDOT should work with DPW to boot and tow vehicles with unpaid tickets. Finally, DDOT, citing a funding shortfall, determined not to implement the Safe Acts mandate for universal no turn on red law that was to have commenced last month in January. And instead, it has implemented a much more limited program. Moving on from DDOT, we seek action from the DC Council to fill 3 BAC vacancies. That is, Council members Bonds, Lewis, George, and McDuffie, where qualified applicants have applied for each of these open seats. In summary, the BAC's fundamental concern is that DDOT is refusing to greenlight new bike lanes, citing the need for a new 5-year plan that appears to be proceeding at a slow pace. We believe that DDOT should continue to propose new bike lanes even if it believes a new master plan is needed. Other initiatives such as more traffic cameras and universal no turn on red have also not progressed. If DDOT fails to move forward on these initiatives, the agency and Mayor Bowser should not be surprised if the traffic fatality rate continues to increase. Thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gorelick. Next, let's turn to Ms. Foote.
Good morning, Chairman Allen and committee members. This testimony is presented on behalf of the Pedestrian Advisory Council, or PAC. My name is Heather Foote. I was appointed by at-large council member Anita Bonds and serve as co-chair. My fellow PAC co-chair is Paul Harrison, appointed by Chairman Mendelson. This testimony addresses PAC activities in FY24 and early FY25 and builds on commendations and concerns raised in our submitted responses to committee questions and in last year's testimony before you. The backdrop for PAC activity last year was the dual reality of continuity and change this past year. The continuing high level of pedestrian death and serious injury tragically characterized the continuity. Prior legislative action by this committee focused on enforcement, and initiatives by its sister committee chaired by Councilmember Nadeau, alongside the important roadway and safety measures implemented by DDOT and others in the executive branch, signaled the many positive changes. A key PAC goal for 2025 is continued action on and funding of the STEER Act. The PAC exercised its advisory role this past year primarily through dialogue at monthly meetings with high-level DC staff and invited speakers. And the PAC greatly appreciates the robust participation in these meetings by DDOT and MPD in particular, also by OP and DPR. Issues discussed at times in great detail include the MPD's Step Out program and new traffic unit, safe routes to schools, the pace of sidewalk repair and gap construction, with PAC appreciation for the equity lens on the gap program, and the emergence of new threats to pedestrian safety in the flagrant disregard for roadway rules by food delivery motorcycle operators and their middlemen. We all know that 2024 was the district's target year for 0 deaths. It was clear long ago that that goal would not be met. So as to not succumb to numbness from the numbers or take our vital attention and energy off this unacceptable human loss, that a challenge to all of us, we revisit in testimony submitted 3 tragic crash cases. Ronnie Clark was killed on a Ward 7 sidewalk by a hit-and-run driver. His death was chronicled in a powerful story in the Post by Rachel Weiner. An ANC commissioner spoke of community frustration around the lack of commitment to get dangerous drivers off the streets, a bigger source of complaints, he reported, than the intersection itself, which had recently been upgraded with safety improvements. A second and earlier hit-and-run crash case, also across the river, near the Ward 7 Safeway, is still under investigation. In November, on World Day of Remembrance, I walked with the crash survivor who, with her husband, had been hit, his body having been carried under the driver's car across the Safeway parking lot before it fell to the street. The widow said she was hospitalized for 3 weeks, has a metal plate in her leg, and was then unable to work or tap her husband's retirement account. It's important to note here that DDOT, using an equity lens, continues to increase its safety interventions across the river where the majority of crash deaths occur, as the PAC has pointed out over several years. The third case, the March 23rd Rock Creek Parkway 70-mile-per-hour head-on crash that killed 3 by a driver with past DUI convictions, is far better known and still making its way through the courts. The defendant, who was charged with second-degree murder, tried to exclude her blood alcohol test results and had been on probation. An assistant U.S. attorney, while not commenting on this open case, explained at our July meeting how the investigatory process can be very long and the required determination of mens rea, or criminal intent, of the defendant a key challenge in traffic felony cases. The original August 2024 trial date has now been moved to spring 2025. This egregious case spurred DC government action, including hearings by this committee that led to the passage of the STEER Act. Chairman Allen, lacking provisions in the mayor's proposed budget, was able to fund 3 provisions in the act. One gives the DC OAG authority to use civil courts to sue dangerous vehicles and their owners who have large unpaid traffic fines, regardless of where the vehicle's registered. STEER Act implementation and additional funding warrant special attention by the PAC. Other noteworthy steps ahead include the MPD's expanded step-out enforcement actions at crosswalks without traffic lights and issuing of tickets of $500 for that infraction. And for other violations, increasingly important for vehicles with missing or covered tags, license plates. This latter violation is addressed in other MPD enforcement actions, and they say is a growing concern given how such obstruction can nullify the effectiveness of ATE cameras and efforts to remove ticket scofflaws from city streets. Also important to pedestrian safety is now systematic crackdown on food delivery motorcycles. I won't go into the details except to say that at our December meeting, we were told that some 700 delivery motorcycle scooters have now been impounded. And Councilmember Nadeau allocated funding to DPW to increase its booting and towing teams from 2 to 10. She also secured late 2024 passage of legislation to increase delivery motorcycle enforcement and oversight. For its part, in addition to its sidewalk gap and safe routes to schools programs, DDOT has continued the roadway and sidewalk infrastructure improvements cited at length in last year's testimony and responses. The move of the Vision Zero and highway safety offices under the city Administrator's Office has led to greater cross-agency collaboration. One example is an October Pedestrian Safety Month event outside Ward 7's Kimball Elementary on Minnesota Avenue. It featured top-level agency speakers, including the city administrator, together, giving data showing speed reduction and crash reduction on this section of the road, and a walking demonstration of various safety interventions that contributed to these improvements. With the above advances that do indicate forward movement to hold drivers accountable, this advisory body is left with the uncomfortable conclusion or paradox that the measurable progress noted above exists alongside continuing unacceptable levels of traffic deaths and injury. This duality risks creating a degree of acceptance or complacency by us all, rather than heightened recommitment to every existing and any new tool, whether legislative, policy implementation, or operational, that can move the needle off current widespread hazardous driving behavior, needed changes in infrastructure, and funding insufficiencies. We all need to keep our focus and attention on the urgency and reality of loss of life and serious injury here in Washington, D.C. The PAC will use its advisory role to contribute to heightened awareness and prioritization of these needs among city leaders at the highest level of government as our top priorities, as a means to increase accountability and to adequately fund next steps. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Ms. Foote. And I believe that Karthik Balasubramanian has joined us now. So let me turn to you now. And Karthik, if you can hear us, we're trying to promote you from the attendees to the panel. I think you might be there now. There we go. I think you're on mute, but we can see you.
Classic mistake. Apologies.
There we go.
Thank you so much, Chair Allen and members of the committee. I'm Dr. Karthik Balasubramanian, Chair of the Multimodal Accessibility Advisory Council, the council that's tasked with being the voice for people with disabilities in DC transportation matters. As someone with an eye disease called macular degeneration that makes it impossible for me to drive, I experienced firsthand how our transportation system fails those who cannot operate motor vehicles or otherwise can't afford them. 2024 was an important year for MAAC's advocacy for a more just and peaceful transportation network. We unanimously adopted the principles for arterial street space usage that establish a clear hierarchy, starting with first priority, wide, smooth, connected sidewalks as our highest priority, followed by protected 24/7 bus lanes, and then ADA pickup and drop-off zones. What comes dead last is equally important. Non-ADA private car storage should be our lowest priority and should never be subsidized. The era of parking over people on DC streets must end. This hierarchy isn't arbitrary. It reflects the reality that nearly 40% of district residents and an even higher percentage of disabled residents live in zero-car households. Yet most of our arterial streets still prioritize parking over protected 24/7 bus lanes. Every time we preserve parking over transit priority, we are making a conscious choice to disadvantage residents who cannot afford or otherwise operate a car, people who are disproportionately Black, disproportionately live east of the river, disproportionately poor, and disproportionately disabled. When we force these residents to endure slower, less reliable bus service just to preserve parking, we're perpetuating systemic inequalities. Every arterial street should have protected 24/7 bus lanes by default. Any deviation should require extraordinary justification. I want to start by acknowledging DDOT's line staff, many of whom work tirelessly to implement safety improvements and make our streets more accessible. These public servants understand what's at stake and push for positive change every day. I applaud them, and we applaud them. However, I must speak bluntly about DDOT's leadership's alarming abdication of responsibility. with over 52 deaths and over 66, or with 52 deaths and over 6,600 injuries on our roads last year, DC Vision Zero's initiative can objectively be described as nothing other than unmitigated failure. DDOT leadership's January response to our daylighting concerns perfectly exemplifies this failure. When presented with clear evidence of systematic non-compliance with the district's own laws requiring clearance at intersections and crosswalks, they responded by characterizing daylighting as merely one of many treatments in our toolbox, rather than acknowledging it is a legal requirement. Most troubling was their explicit statement that they are unable to build a program singularly devoted to intersection daylighting at this time. This isn't about creating a new program. It's about complying with existing district law. This represents three profound failures of leadership. First, it's an abdication of DDOT's legal duty to follow and enforce the district's own laws. Second, it's an abdication of their fiduciary duty to our city when the inevitable tragedy occurs, whether it's little Anthony or little Abby, little Benjamin or little Bella, who loses their life because a driver couldn't see around illegally parked cars. The district will face massive financial liability for knowingly failing to enforce our own safety laws. Most critically and crucially, it's a moral failure of the highest order, a conscious choice to preserve and prioritize parking convenience over the lives of our most vulnerable residents, our children, our seniors, and our people with disabilities. The systemic nature of these failures extends beyond DDOT. When a MAAC member was forced to navigate city streets alone at 1:30 a.m. due to the complete unavailability of wheelchair-accessible vehicles, it highlighted DFHV's failure to ensure that true 24/7 availability. Our subsequent demands for mandatory response times and real-time tracking of accessible vehicles remain unmet. Looking ahead to new technologies, we're advocating for 50% of our autonomous vehicles, rideshare vehicles, to be wheelchair accessible, because we can't afford to repeat these accessibility failures with emerging transportation options. The opportunities ahead are clear, guided by our principles. First, we must rebalance street space on our arterials to prioritize bus lanes. This would finally start treating those who can't or don't drive as real people whose time and thus their lives are of equal value to drivers. Second, we need hardened infrastructure, daylighting infrastructure at intersections instead of car storage. And third, we must ensure that every sidewalk is accessible and maintained, even after it snows. These aren't just technical changes. They're about reversing historical patterns of discrimination. Black residents in DC are significantly more likely to rely on public transit. By following a clear hierarchy for street space allocation, prioritizing sidewalks, transit, and safety over car storage, we can create a transportation system that truly serves all district residents. And until DDOT leadership demonstrates the courage to follow our own laws and our own regulations, Vision Zero will remain an empty promise. The lives lost and the injuries sustained on our streets are not inevitable. They're a direct result of legal choices made by DDOT leadership to maintain the dangerous status quo rather than take the bold action that's required to make our streets safe and accessible and pliable for our most vulnerable residents. Thank you for your time, and I'm welcoming any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks to all of you for your testimony. Let me go through a couple of things first. I'll dig in a little bit with each of you. I want to make sure I confirm for each of you the advisory council's vacancies on each one. So I believe the BAC has 4 vacancies. That's the Ward 4 seat, the Ward 8 seat, and 2 at-large seats appointed by Councilor Bonds and Councilor McDuffie. Mr. Gorelick, do I have that right?
Yes, that is correct, sir.
Okay. All right. And then for the MAAC, I see that we've got 2 community members appointed by MODA that are vacant. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And then for the PAC, I've got 3 vacancies, the Ward 8 seat, and then 2 at-large seats appointed by Councilmembers Robert White and McDuffie. Is that right, Ms. Foote?
There is a nuance there in that Councilmember McDuffie has not appointed somebody, and the Ward 8 seat is pending appointment, and Amin Beal, our longtime PAC member and my former co-chair, is very eager to rejoin the PAC. So that is in the pending category. And just 10 days ago, I spoke with Councilmember Robert White about reappointing Juan Ulloa to a second term. So those second 2 are in the pending category in our view. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I'm gonna try to help out and make sure we get those vacancies filled. My staff is gonna help us put together just a running list of those vacancies on our boards and commissions advisory councils here, so that we can send information out to my council colleagues to help encourage them to find and appoint someone so that you have no vacancies and you can have a full representation. So thank you, and please keep me up to date as those seats hopefully get filled. Mr. Gorelick, in your pre-hearing responses, you mentioned a facilities committee within the Bicycle Advisory Council. Can you share with me, how long has that body been organized? What specific topics are they working on? What do they consider?
The facilities committee is focused on bike lanes and other infrastructure. So like if we have issues with, say, DPW not clearing trash, which we do from the bike lanes, that would be something the facilities committee does. But another thing, so this is how we, let me just mention this because it's very interesting. This is how we first heard about a year ago that there was the moratorium on bike lanes. The facilities committee organized a ride in Q&R Street where there's a whole lot of advocacy for a bike lane on those streets. We had a whole ride, and to DDOT's credit, a number of their staff participated, and we saw the danger spots. We saw some of the challenges that would be created in doing a bike lane, but not insurmountable. Then the facilities committee had a beer party sort of after, and we're talking informally, and that's when we first heard, oh, well, we're really not doing any more bike lanes right now. We're waiting for the 5-year plan. And that was over a year ago, right? So, nothing's really happened. Now we found out last month that the DDOT hasn't even hired a contractor yet or finished price negotiations with the contractor. So we sort of feel like on a lot of these projects, it's really hard for the facilities committee to do much because we're sort of at a de facto moratorium on bike lanes with DDOT.
Got it. Thanks. Do we have any other subcommittees? I'm trying to think. We have the advisory council. I'm thinking of this almost like a subcommittee within the council. Do you have any others?
We have an enforcement committee, and they've been looking at things. It's a little controversial, to be candid, but they've been looking at things like, should we post speed limits like 15 miles an hour or something, yet to be determined, on the bike lanes now that we have these very fast e-bikes, and they're heavy, they're more likely to cause injuries. So we had a meeting a few months ago to ruminate ideas, but we haven't, even within our council, quite honestly, come to consensus on whether posted speed limits are desirable and feasible.
Well, seeing as how a bike's not going to have a speedometer, that feels a little hard to put a posted speed limit sign for a bike lane. Okay. It's one of the things we do, obviously legislatively, we have different kind of caps that are placed on the speed. But okay, that's helpful to know. Thank you. To the PAC and the MAAC, do we have, do you have subcommittees as well?
We do not in the PAC.
Okay.
We don't in the MAAC, but once we have a full complement, once we have a full 6, I'd be thrilled.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. In the pre-hearing responses, both the BAC and the PAC mentioned that Director Kirschbaum has attended some of their meetings. I believe she's gone to 2 with the Bicycle Advisory Council, 1 with the Pedestrian Advisory Council specific to the budget. Have, to the advisory committees, have any other agency directors attended your meetings?
Are you asking me? The back?
I was going to ask each of you, sorry.
Yeah, we get great participation. Rick Burt from the Highway Safety Office has been to a number of our meetings, as you mentioned, DDOT. We have not had the DPW head or the MPD head. So I guess it's fair to say only Director Kirschbaum and Director Burt from the agencies.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Foote?
The PAC has 2-hour meetings 11 or 12 times a month, and we've been very satisfied with high-level speakers who have come in addition to our regular representatives, especially from the PAC, from the MPD and DDOT. We've had the Vision Zero Office Director twice, the Highway Safety Office Director twice, a representative from the Mayor's Office on Racial Equality, the Acting Deputy Director of DDOT Operations. That's on advances in new sidewalk repair and sidewalk shavings. There's a typo in our testimony. DDOT's Chief Inspection and Enforcement Officer on safe accommodations. That was a challenging conversation. The Automated Traffic Enforcement ATE Program Director, and the 2 U.S. attorneys working in the criminal division at the U.S. Attorney's Office, District of Columbia.
Got it. Thank you. And Mr. Balasubramanian?
Yeah, so we had then acting Director Kirschbaum at our April meeting, but she had to leave after 15 minutes, and we have not had her back. We've invited and also invited the DPW director and also the DFHB director. We've heard from neither.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Ms. Foote, you mentioned that the PAC is searching for a new administrative assistant.
Yes.
I don't know if you've already got an interested candidate in mind, but if you want to make a pitch for anyone who's listening right now. Yesterday we had the DMV here, and I think we ended up advertising maybe 25 different positions over the course of that hearing. For folks that are tuned in and watching with bated breath, anything you want to share about the search for an administrative assistant?
Fortunately, our former and currently very, very part-time administrative assistant is helping us with the search process. It is a part-time position, 30 hours a week, extremely nitty-gritty in terms of the administrative details. So what is offered, frankly, is exposure to policy discussions in our meetings, and the opportunity to learn how agencies confront the implementation and policy challenges that they face. So we are in the process of searching for a replacement for a very detail-oriented person who understands that this is largely an administrative role.
And somebody who's interested in fulfilling that exact description you just gave, how do they find you?
Posting. Our current administrative assistant is with the Department of the Architectural School at the University of Maryland. And
yes, what I'm asking is, do you want to give, how do they find, if they're looking for this position, how do they find it?
We've been posting the listings.
Where?
So far at the University of Maryland, and we're working on other universities.
Okay, all right. I wanted to, on a different topic, Ms. Foote, appreciate that you specifically mentioned Ron Clark in your testimony. I appreciate you doing that. Ron is somebody that I've known for a long time. He has been a longtime Ward 6 advocate and neighborhood leader. After redistricting, his home moved into Ward 7, but he certainly didn't move away from his advocacy there. I've worked with him on many issues, from housing to just general issues in Ward 6. He goes back to working with former Ward 6 Councilmember Sharon Ambrose a long time ago. And Ron's death marks the third person that I've known closely that have been killed on the streets in DC. All three of them, Carol Thomason, Dave Salavesh, and Ron Clark, were doing exactly what they were supposed to be doing. Carol was crossing a crosswalk with the right of way. Dave was stopped at a red light on his bike, and Ron was standing on a sidewalk. That's just three people out of the unfortunate hundreds over that period of time that had been killed or injured on our streets. I've gotten to know many of their families and surviving members over the years as well. But I note that those three individuals and lives lost all were doing exactly what we asked them to do, doing exactly what we expected them to do. And yet they still suffered the loss of life from a driver, all three killed by a driver who broke the rules, broke the law, and drove dangerously. When I talk about Vision Zero and when I fight for it and push for it, it is personal to me. These are folks that I know and have known. There are holes in their families that I know and I see. So it's very personal to me when we talk about these issues, and I appreciate you also naming the individuals. I think all too often, we read the press release or we read a quick story. I really appreciate the Post did a phenomenal job of helping share and celebrate Ron's life. And I hope that we never have to read an article like that, but when we do, I hope it does give the dignity and respect to each person in that case. I'll note the driver still has not been identified or held to account for that. When you talked about the lack of an accurate pedestrian count, can you share a little more about that? Why is that important? Why do we need to have an accurate pedestrian count? Why does that matter for people who are on foot?
It's a bit like Karthik raising up the numbers of people who either are unable to drive or don't own cars, zeroing in on numbers, on data that often doesn't get the visibility that it warrants. And in this case, it's pedestrians not necessarily walking to work, commute trips, but pedestrians walking to the grocery store, pedestrians who are trying to get visits with loved ones. It's a much broader definition of the pedestrian mode than we see, frankly, with other modes. And I've raised this at a number of conferences over the past 3 or 4 years. I realize there are data collection challenges, that DDOT collects data in its particular area safety studies and at intersections, but pedestrian travel is a much broader concept, and pedestrian travel is only one part of the almost invisible issues for pedestrians. One that our former PAC chair of years focused on a lot was the timing of streetlights. I work a lot not wearing my PAC hat with older adults, and not being able to get across the street with sufficient time is constantly something that I hear from older adults. The other, and these are things in car-centric history and the present time, trash cans, when they're emptied, are left on the sidewalk. Why shouldn't they be left on the street so that pedestrians are not blocked in walking? And so I could raise a host of other issues on pedestrian safety and comfort and access. The PAC, it can change in the future. The PAC has chosen to follow, to some extent, the committee's lead on, given the high level of pedestrian deaths and serious injury, to zero in on all the dangerous drivers who are still on our streets and on laws that can bring some degree of accountability. So it is encouraging to hear that from MPD, that this is our January meeting, that regularly they're getting from Charlie Wilson and Vision Zero the top 100 scofflaws, and they have those license plates. I don't have the data, and are focusing on them and chasing them down. But that's privileged information. I think the general public doesn't know about that. So there are numerous pedestrian safety and access issues that are not outlined in either our testimony or answers to your questions that are critically important. And they overlap a lot with what Karthik has listed for the PAC,
Yep,
for
thank
the
you.
MAAC.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I want to note we've been joined by my Ward 7 colleague, Wendell Felder, and also by our Ward 1 colleague, Brianne Nadeau. I've got a couple more questions I'm going to ask here on the BAC, PAC, and MAAC, and I'll turn to my colleagues if they have any questions. And for those that are joining in after that, we'll then turn to the Department of Transportation. Mr. Gorelick, I think I heard you say it multiple times in both your pre-hearing responses and in your testimony today. I heard a pretty strong frustration as you kind of kept using the phrase that DDOT was halting development of new bike lanes until the release of a 5-year bike plan. Can you share a little bit more just about why, you kind of touched on it, but I just want to ask you a little more, why the argument may be, hey, listen, don't we want a 5-year bike plan? Let's let that help guide where we choose strategically our next infrastructure investments in our bike lanes. I hear you with a frustration of, we already know where some of these should go. Why are we waiting? But can you just expand a little bit more about why you think we shouldn't be waiting for a 5-year bike plan?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think you're on the right track, and I want to give credit to Director Kirschbaum. She came to our meeting just last month, even though she knew she was going to get some tough questions on this. And that is essentially her argument, that we need a comprehensive plan and vision and should not be undertaking bike lanes on a one-off basis. And we get that. But our concern is that it just seems like we're putting process ahead of substance. We already have a bike plan in the RIDE DC 2021 plan that was supposed to take us through 2045. I mean, I get the idea of updating it, but it doesn't really feel like this is an update. It sort of feels like they're kind of scrapping that original plan, and now we're starting over just 3 or 4 years after that plan had been adopted. And, let's face it, every bike lane is going to come down to a great deal of community input, so that no matter what you might put into a 5-year plan that commences in 2027, it's still going to require going out to individual communities, figure out how many parking spaces are going to be lost as a result. What other alternatives are there? All kinds of things that really can't be resolved in a 5-year or 10-year or any sort of plan in any event. So our request is, we already basically have a gap. Even if we started tomorrow, we have a 2-year gap. DDOT keeps emphasizing that they're completing the 20 miles in the pipeline, and that's great. We can see that they are, but there's already been a 2-year delay in any new bike lanes. I suspect it's going to be 4 years or so before they get back in the business, if they do at all, in proposing new bike lanes. I think, to be candid, I think DDOT was a little scarred from the Connecticut Avenue experience and some pushback on other bike lanes too. Plus, obviously, the federal political situation doesn't help, but I'm just speculating. That's not, I want to be clear, that's not what you said. What Director Kirschbaum said was that we need a comprehensive vision before we undertake bike lanes on a one-off basis.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people thought we had a comprehensive vision, and we've laid out plans. And so I think a lot of people don't think what you just suggested motivations are unreasonable as to what's going on there. Let me turn to a couple more questions, and then I want to move to my colleagues. Dr. Balasubramanian, you want to turn to the MAAC for a second. You guys had developed a document titled "The Principles of Street Space Usage." You had 9 priorities that you had outlined there. The top 2, I'm going to assume that when you list, when you have a giant set of priorities and you list one of them number 1, number 2, they're probably because they're the first and second. And the first was wide, smooth, connected sidewalks with curb cuts. The second was dedicated protected lanes for public transit and emergency vehicles. Can you talk about why did those 2 things emerge as your top 2 recommendations?
Yeah. So first of all, everybody is a pedestrian at some point. And just the ability, and we're in a relatively small contained area. So just being able to walk from place to place is super important for the district. And maybe this is definitely not the case in rural areas or suburban areas, but we're in the most dense concentrated area in the country. And people who don't or can't drive are pedestrians at some point in every part of their trip. So it's super important for people to be able to walk and roll to where they're going in a safe and reliable way. On the transit lane side, buses are by far the most accessible vehicle. By far in the district, and also even putting aside any sort of moral argument about prioritizing people who can't or don't drive, or people with disabilities, putting aside all of that, if you just wanted to move the most people in the most reliable and efficient way, it's a transit lane, because it moves way more people than just a general lane of cars that are oftentimes filled with one person. If you look at 50 cars all containing one person, it will stretch multiple blocks. But you could have a tiny fraction of that all in one bus, and it's way more efficient. So for both of those reasons, and all of the moral reasons, these are the first 2 priorities.
Got it. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Mr. Gorelick, one more quick question for you. You mentioned some issues related to debris in bike lanes and DPW's infrequent use of its bike lane sweepers. I know when I went out and met with DPW, they actually talked about, they have trucks now, they have tools where they can actually fit in a bike lane and do some of that cleaning. One of the things that they actually noted to me is that because we have different widths of bike lanes, especially some of the first bike lanes that were put in before we kind of standardized a lot of it, sometimes this equipment will fit in some bike lanes, sometimes it won't fit in the bike lanes that might be not at the same width. I will be honest, especially as we have snow on the horizon, our dear friends with the National Park Service frequently like to clear snow and ice and put it right back into the bike lane, even after it's been cleared. So while I'm going to definitely push on DDOT always, I don't want to have it all rest on them, because I think they have some partners that sometimes perhaps work counter to the efforts that they make. But can you just describe a little bit of the conversations you've had with folks, with DPW in particular, about why it's so important to make sure the debris is cleared out of the bike lanes?
Yeah, 2 things on that. First, with respect to the snow clearing, one thing I wasn't aware of until fairly recently is that it's actually a DDOT responsibility, not a DPW responsibility, to clear the bike lanes of snow. And they did a fantastic job after the last major snowstorm. I myself was out, for example, at Rhode Island Avenue, which is one of the major bike lanes in the city near the metro there. And it was perfectly clean, even when WMATA had done such a poor job at the Rhode Island Avenue station. There was actually a Washington Post story, but the bike lane right there was very clear. So kudos to DDOT on that. On DPW situation, yeah, we're a little frustrated, to be honest. We've been pushing DPW about deploying their specialized street sweepers. When we finally started to re-engage with DPW about 18 months ago, it turned out that the street sweepers had been just sitting somewhere, supposedly waiting for parts or something. It was very vague, but it appeared that the specialized bike sweepers had not been deployed, and we keep pushing them on that. it seems that some of them have been deployed, but it's a little random and haphazard. We have not heard from DPW what you just said, that even those specialized street sweepers don't work in certain bike lanes that are of different widths. I do realize, of course, that they are. So that's something I'll definitely have to follow up with concerning DPW, that they're not even able to use them on certain streets, but they
Yep.
haven't mentioned that. But the fundamental problem with DPW is that it just doesn't really feel like a priority. Like they're not ticketing cars and commercial vehicles that are parked in the bike lanes, and they're not really deploying the street sweepers. And it's not even really clear, if you use the district's 311 system, how you report obstructions in the bike lanes.
Well, I definitely, I want to thank you for those words, and for all three of the advisory councils, making sure that certainly you're meeting with Department of Transportation and their leadership, but it's so critical to be meeting with the other agencies. In our conversation just a moment ago around lives that are lost on our roads, we know that there are three components, right? It's going to be engineering, that's going to be DDOT. It's going to be enforcement, that's going to come with DPW and MPD, and it's come with education, as we talked about in yesterday's hearing with DMV. Getting involved with those other agencies, I think, really has a meaningful difference and starts to change the way people act and work. I mentioned some names earlier. I remember when my friend Carol Thomason was killed in a crosswalk with the right-of-way by a driver. I remember a conversation with the then chief of police who shrugged and said, what are we supposed to do, as the driver faced no consequences for that. I do believe we're seeing a different level, though. So, for example, just a couple of months ago, when middle schooler Paisley was struck in a crosswalk by a driver who went around a car stopped at a red light, ran through a red light, and ran into Paisley in the crosswalk, breaking her feet, and then, of course, had the audacity to get out and yell at the girl for striking him. Initially, he was just given a ticket for a failure to yield and sent on his way. And I had a conversation with our police leadership there, and to their credit, their detectives went. He ultimately was charged with criminal reckless driving. Last week, he was convicted, pled guilty of criminal reckless driving, and is facing consequences that certainly would not have happened if we had not had our other agencies take the type of actions that we need. So I applaud the efforts you're making to continue to have other agencies step up and do their part. Again, in this committee, we're going to push on DDOT. We're going to hold DDOT accountable, but we have to recognize there are other agencies that have to step up and do their part as well, if we're going to change the outcome. So I really appreciate that. I do want to also end here with Mr. Gorelick. I know that I believe your 2-year term as the BAC chair is coming to an end soon, and an election is coming up next month. And I think that your former co-chair, Jeff Johnson, stepped down at some point recently as well. So I just want to take a moment and say thank you for both of you for your service.
Thank you.
And leadership there. I think that the expertise that these bodies and councils create is just incredibly helpful, and does a great job of work. So thank you both very much for that. I'm going to turn to my colleagues. I may not have any questions right now, but I want to turn to see if Councilor Brienne Nadeau, who's here with us, had any questions, or she might have stepped away just for a moment. And then Councilor Felder, just make sure if you had any questions.
No, just more so comments. I appreciate the public witnesses testifying this morning. Thank you for all you do, and the more conversations that are being shared kind of helps me inform the right questions to ask the director of DDOT this morning. So I appreciate you all.
Great. Thank you very much, Councilmember. Well, again, I want to thank Warren Gorelick, the chair of the district's Bicycle Advisory Council, Heather Foote, the co-chair of the district's Pedestrian Advisory Council, and Dr. Karthik Balasubramanian, who is the chair of the district's Multimodal Accessibility Advisory Council. Thank you all very much for your work. So with that, we are now going to move to the Department of Transportation. And so I'm going to ask Sharon Kirschbaum to come join us. And Director Kirschbaum, as we always have our government witnesses raise their hand and get sworn in. So if you'll please raise your right hand when you're ready. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony about to give to the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Sorry, what we'll do is we'll turn to you for your opening remarks, and then we'll turn to questions after that.
Thank you, and good morning, Committee Chair Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. I am Sharon Kirschbaum, Director of the District Department of Transportation, commonly referred to as DDOT. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser at today's hearing on DDOT's fiscal year 2024 performance. Last year, I presented my vision for DDOT's priorities, and today I would like to highlight the incredible work that moved us toward meeting these goals in fiscal year 2024, including addressing the high injury network, expanding enforcement, closing our sidewalk gaps, upgrading our streetlights, establishing network plans, using data, and engaging our stakeholders, improving responsiveness, and building trust. Safety, as always, continues to be DDOT's priority as we deliver infrastructure projects. One way we prioritize safety is by deploying proactive safety interventions on the corridors and intersections with the highest injuries and fatalities. Currently, 5% of our total roadway miles represent 50% of our injuries and fatal crashes. These roadways constitute our high injury network. And we are ensuring these locations receive necessary safety improvements that will reduce crashes and save lives. More than 80% of the roadways in the high injury network have a project that is active, completed, or funded. In fiscal year 2024, we completed improvements to M Street Northeast and New Jersey Avenue Northwest and made safety-related streetscape enhancements to finalize our project on Florida Avenue Northeast. Improvements as part of the road diet included access management for unsignalized locations, installation of protected bike lanes, as well as bulb outs and curb extensions, intersection daylighting, and new signals for previously unsignalized crossings. In locations where we have completed corridor projects, preliminary data show that we have seen between a 25 to 75% reduction in injury crashes. Together, these data points demonstrate that as we focus our efforts on the high injury network, we continue to make meaningful progress towards our safety goals. In addition to this important proactive safety work, we have projects that are completed or underway at each of our 20 high injury intersections. Recently completed projects include 4th Street and New York Avenue Northeast and Southern Avenue and Wheeler Road Southeast. These projects involve reconstructing intersections in response to crash patterns, signal timing adjustments to reduce conflicts, striping the median, installing turn markings to better guide drivers into the correct lane, and enhancing signal visibility. Additional information about the district's high injury network and other proactive safety projects is publicly available at visionzero.dc.gov under the high injury network subcategory. Another important aspect of safety is safety camera enforcement, and DDOT's automated traffic enforcement program expanded significantly in fiscal year 2024. We installed cameras at 311 new locations, including our clear lanes cameras for a total of 477 active cameras. We installed 10 oversized vehicle and truck restriction cameras, which began issuing citations in March 2024, as well as 25 school bus stop arm cameras, which began issuing citations in June 2024. We are also using data to make sure that we are deploying our cameras most effectively. For example, when a speed camera has been in place for at least a year, speed and violation data is reviewed. The site is determined to be compliant, and the camera is eligible to be moved to a new location if 85% of total drivers are not driving more than 5 miles an hour over the posted speed limit, there is a significant drop in violations, and there are no recent crashes. During fiscal year 2024, we also launched ate.ddot.dc.gov, which provides greater transparency on camera locations and performance. DDOT has developed a strategic approach to sidewalk gap construction, allowing us to improve safety, mobility, and access across the district. Our methodology prioritizes sidewalk gaps based on safety and equity data, as well as proximity to schools, parks, trails, recreation centers, and transit. We recently completed a citywide inventory of all sidewalk gaps within DDOT public right-of-way and have assigned a score to each sidewalk gap based on their methodology. In fiscal year 2024, we completed projects to close sidewalk gaps across the district, including 13th Street Southeast, connecting neighbors to Oxen Run Park, Talbot Street Southeast, providing a safe pedestrian path to Savoy Elementary School, Anacostia Avenue Northeast, arriving at Anacostia Park, 48th Street Northwest, giving families additional pedestrian access to W Street Park Playground, and Bunker Hill Road Northeast and 18th Street Northeast, connecting the community to more park space. This year, we will complete an historic 8 miles of sidewalk construction to continue closing gaps in the sidewalk network. Residents can visit the Sidewalk Gap Program website at sidewalkgap.ddot.dc.gov to view our Sidewalk Gap dashboard, Sidewalk Gap scores, and construction schedule. Lighting and visibility in the public space are another important part of safety and pedestrian experience. And in fiscal year 2024, we achieved an incredible milestone in our streetlight upgrade project. The conversion of our nearly 75,000 lighting assets to LED began in April 2023 and was completed last May. This important project is expected to reduce the overall energy consumption of the district streetlight network by 50%, eliminating 38,000 tons of greenhouse gas emissions per year. We've also seen immediate improvements to the operation of the program, with streetlight repair service requests decreasing significantly by nearly 50%. Our multimodal transportation network is a dynamic, complex, and essential part of the daily lives of district residents and visitors. As we improve these networks and deploy projects, we also ensure that we are making data-based long-term investments in how we move DC. DDOT is currently working on several plans, including curbside management, bus priority, freight, and bikeways that will ultimately inform the next update of Move DC, clarifying modal priorities for the district. We are focusing on a complete network, but knowing that not all streets are the same, but acknowledging that interconnected networks for each mode are critical. As we develop our curbside management plan, we are looking at relevant data to determine uses for our available curbside. In FY24, we began multiple studies and guides to help us better understand curbside needs across modal priorities, including an on-street parking and off-street parking inventory, a school neighborhood parking assessment, and a neighborhood typology map. DDOT has made a lot of progress towards its bus priority projects, with more than a dozen of these projects in the planning or design phases. In FY24, we began additional improvements on the MLK Junior Avenue Southeast Bus Priority Project near Anacostia Metro Station. Moving forward, as we advance projects, we will refine our bus priority network to account for both WMATA's recently updated Better Bus Network and data about the performance of our existing bus priority lanes. In FY24, DDOT released an updated district freight plan, which includes data analysis of urban freight trends and feedback from stakeholders. Our successful implementation of the district freight plan will help direct infrastructure investments that support the safe and efficient movement of goods and freight vehicles throughout the district. This plan will be an important tool as we develop our freight and vehicle network in tandem with our other networks. In FY 2024, we completed an existing condition analysis of our current bike network. Our strategic bikeways plan will refine the Move DC bikeways map and develop a 5-year work plan with a focus on missing connections, route utilization, best practices, and community input. DDOT continues to implement our current work plans as the strategic plan is underway. This spring, we will begin public engagement to solicit feedback from a broad cross-section of community stakeholders through a variety of public engagement tools. We invite residents to visit bikelanes.ddot.dc.gov to provide input right now using our easy online form. As I have mentioned throughout my testimony today, data and analysis inform decision-making across all of our agency's programs. Examples of these include crossing guard position prioritization modeling, which assists our teams in responding to shifting staff needs in the field. Sidewalk gap prioritization, helping us understand where pedestrians can be safely connected to services, amenities, and existing sidewalk networks. ATE camera placement and site rotation, deploying or repositioning when we observe changes in driver behavior. And road pavement condition assessments and work planning, conducting surveys of the conditions in the field and prioritizing construction based on need. In FY24, we utilized data to conduct before and after analysis on 3 recently completed corridor improvement projects. Each study demonstrated the tremendous impact of safety-focused improvements on the project area, and they hold the ability to inform our data-based decision-making in similar projects in our portfolio. Highlights from these projects are as follows. On Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast, our data shows that all crashes were reduced by 32%, injury crashes were reduced by 56%, and the pedestrian injury crash rate was reduced by 100%. On G Street Northwest, our data shows that all crashes were reduced by 72%, injury crashes were reduced by 60%, and pedestrian crash rate was reduced by 92%. On Virginia Avenue Northwest, our data shows that all crashes were reduced by 50%, injury crashes were reduced by 25%, and pedestrian injury crash rate was reduced by 100%. Additionally, much of our work is digitized and available through our dashboards, data visualizations, and websites, as well as shared through Open Data DC for use by other agencies and the public. We will continue to make data-based decisions as we improve safety through the district and make improvements to the networks that help our residents and visitors live, work, and thrive in our vibrant city. Residents can review DDOT plans, services, and programs on our public-facing website, ddot.dc.gov. Our team continues to make meaningful improvements to the website to showcase DDOT projects. In FY24, we moved all DDOT projects to projects.ddot.dc.gov to consolidate and centralize information access while improving transparency and overall public awareness of agency work. In FY24, the DDOT call center answered over 62,000 calls, and our customer service clearinghouse received and responded to over 2,300 written requests for assistance via our website and direct agency correspondence. DDOT's Community Engagement Division attended 333 meetings. The agency hosted 26 public meetings. During FY24, DDOT completed a comprehensive update to our public engagement plan. This plan focuses on building uniformity and equity in our engagement and notification processes based on project scope, size, and complexity. It also guides our agency teams on developing comprehensive outreach plans that focus both on ANCs and other key stakeholder groups and community institutions, including schools, recreation centers, houses of worship, senior centers, and other resources. Before I close, I'd like to recognize the incredible DDOT staff who have worked diligently and nimbly through an unprecedented number of special events and First Amendment activities in the last year. Last month alone, staff worked through multiple snow events, followed by a state funeral for a former president, Jimmy Carter, and concluded by an inauguration that entailed significant last-minute planning in response to historic low temperatures. I have had the pleasure of leading this team of diligent staff who worked tirelessly through heat and cold, responding to both project support and opposition, and remaining open to feedback that informs tangible safety improvements. It may be difficult to appreciate the unseen effort and dedication that our employees put into our wide range of projects and services. But today I want to raise up our staff who daily, and even in exceptional circumstances, prove that DDOT delivers. Thank you for the occasion to testify on the important work of DDOT, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much, Director Kirschbaum. I want to note we've got several colleagues have joined us, so we're going to be doing 10-minute rounds so that we can work our way through. I have Councilmember Henderson, who's a member of the committee. So after my round, I'll turn to you first as we go to our committee members first. And then we'll go to Councilmember Felder after that. And Councilmember Pinto has joined us. And Councilmember Nadeau was here earlier, and I think will be rejoining us momentarily as well. So thank you all very much. Director Kirschbaum, I appreciate the way you ended your testimony as well. We should be under no illusion that everyone's going to agree about every decision out there. And at a time when we see civil service under such attack, baseless, gratuitous, harmful attacks at the federal level, we have outstanding folks that go to community meetings, and let's be honest, they're going to get yelled at, they're going to catch arrows. That's part of the job, but they do it and they keep coming back. And I know that it takes a toll sometimes. And it's hard to hear when people disagree with you. But I do want to make sure your staff here that we appreciate the hard work that they do. They keep coming right on back to that community meeting. I know I just recently wrote a letter of support for some members of your team as well that are up for a KFRITS award for civil service and public service. And so I just want to make sure that to your team members that are listening, doesn't mean that we always agree with every decision, but we definitely appreciate the hard work, the dedication, the persistence to keep going at it. And so thank you.
Thank you. I know your words will mean a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, let me start off. I'm going to jump right into talking about federal attacks. The federal funding pause. I'm just going to use the word pause for the moment. So the new administration has cast a lot of uncertainty around current and future availability of federal funding. I want to see if you can outline from what you've been able to determine thus far, has the agency lost access to any funds so far?
Thank you for the context you provided, because we too are getting daily updates from our partners at Federal Highway in terms of what the funding landscape looks like. What we know now is that our formula funds look like they're in good shape. So we get about $225 million over 5 years, primarily for bridge projects, and those will continue to flow. We also know through executive orders that the grant funds, the discretionary grant funds, and I should say we have been incredibly successful at receiving grant awards. About $217 million have been awarded to us, are all put on pause while we wait further guidance. I think there will be detailed scrutiny about each type of grant, and we'll continue to hear whether they'll move forward or not. What we do know is that the grant funds and formula funds that are tied to electric vehicle charging infrastructure are the most at risk. Now, we just learned yesterday that our NEVI grant, the first round that have been obligated, about $3.5 million, will continue to flow. So that's good news for our round one. We have 3 recipients. We don't think that the second round will move anytime soon and will likely look very different. So we were initially told it would be about 16 million, and the only amount that we can count on is the 3.5, and we are not optimistic that we'll see the balance of it.
Okay. So some good news in there, some bad news in there. Outside of the electric vehicle funding and the NEVI grants, you mentioned discretionary grants are paused. What are some of the projects that the discretionary grants are helping support?
And I should also mention that we know that there are other grants that have been stopped, but those mostly will affect Department of Energy Environment. So the carbon reduction program, and they also have
their hearings coming up soon.
We have, of the $217 million that we received in discretionary grants, they cover a range. The RAISE grants, our Benning Road Bridges received funding. South Capitol Street Trail received funding through the RAISE grant. Wheeler Road, Arboretum Bridge and Trail, all of those projects received RAISE grants, which are all to be determined. We have—
In other words, all those are paused.
All those are paused until further scrutiny, further notice, but we really don't have any insight about whether those will continue to happen. We have PROTECT grants, Nanny Helen Burroughs drainage improvement. We have some reconnecting community grants. That includes the 295 Reconnecting Communities study and other smaller ones, aid grants for some ultra high performing concrete. And there was a low carbon transportation materials grant that we received at the very end of the 2024. And that also will likely be scrutinized, and that one probably is unlikely to come.
Okay. Big picture, whether it's the actual loss, potential loss, what does that mean for our residents? What does that mean for the department? What does that mean for the contractors and local businesses that you work with when this much uncertainty is introduced?
That's a good question. We have a very large portfolio, and so we do have a number of large projects that are going to continue to move forward. Of the grant programs, a lot that we received, a lot of them were in pretty early stage. So I think we will end up moving slower on those. But I think that for a number of them, especially things like the Bridge Investment Program, These are grants that red and blue states across the country receive. They feel like they are not sort of in a target area. So I do believe that we'll be hearing in the near future that those will continue to flow.
Let me switch gears in this round, a couple other topics. I have a hunch some of my colleagues might ask about automated traffic enforcement as well. I'm just going to zero in for a moment on our Clear Lanes program. So in the pre-hearing responses, DDOT replied that since the program's inception, over 197,000 citations have been issued so far to drivers that have been blocking bus lanes. I want to clarify, because that is from the inception of the program. Is the 197,000 all real tickets, and by that I mean having a consequence, or does that include warnings that were issued? Because I believe that DDOT issued warnings for the first month or two.
The number that we submitted in terms of infractions were actual tickets and did not include the warning notices.
All right, got it. Thank you. You had noted in your comments to the pre-hearing questions that, as with other cameras, the number of citations and tickets issued drops over time, which would suggest the cameras are in fact changing behavior. Am I interpreting that correctly? Do you believe that you've seen a change in behavior based on the reduction over time of citations and tickets issued?
Yes, we do find that the cameras, you're specifically asking about clear lanes. We are seeing a reduction on a month over month and seeing improved compliance.
Okay. And it's not like we have cameras that are breaking. So we still have the same number of cameras are out there issuing tickets. It is the overall number of citations that we're seeing decrease?
Correct.
Okay. Now, at last year's oversight hearing, so this time last year, I'd asked, how are we evaluating the impact of our clear lanes on bus travel time? Because you can tell me how the number of tickets that are issued, but I don't want a ticket issued just for the sake of a ticket issued. We're trying to achieve an outcome, which is we want our buses to be able to move more quickly. So at the oversight hearing last year, you said we needed more time to be able to collect the data and be able to have some results. So we waited till the budget hearing a couple of months later, asked the same question. We were told we needed to wait a little bit longer, didn't have any data yet about whether or not the buses were moving any faster. All right, we're now more than a year since this program got started. Tell me, we have data. How do we evaluate, are we seeing our bus travel time improve as a result of our Clear Lanes program, and by how much?
We have gotten very good feedback from the operators who have shared that there's definitely been an efficiency that they've observed, particularly at the bus stops, that they've been able to pull right up to the bus stops and they're not losing time, kind of weaving in and out of parked cars. Those are anecdotal, and I hear you're asking for specific hard data. We are dependent on WMATA to get the hard data. We have.
But surely you've asked.
We have asked.
So what does the data tell us?
We have not gotten as robust data across each route as we want. We have seen improvements from that range 12% to 25%. So
of what
those are moving. Improvement in terms of efficiency, that the routes are taking less time. We are looking for more regular and more robust data. And I've been speaking with WMATA about it. So I'm hopeful, but at this point, we're using what we have. And most of what we've been looking at have been data that we've gotten pre-Clear Lanes. And I do have to say that with Clear Lanes, initially, we don't see much of a change because there's not a whole lot of compliance, and that over time, we'll see sort of the impact of that efficiency. And so I think that those will continue to get better. But the improvements, again, the data, we're still waiting to have it be a little more robust. What we have been able to pull together have shown improvements, but we think that it may be even more dramatic when we can get clear data.
Okay. But we have to have that data. It's more than a year now. In the same way that the department, and by extension, the entire administration, is going to get criticized when automated traffic enforcement rolled out. Initially, those funds were supposed to be used to reinvest right back into street safety and improvements. And then the change was made, just to put it straight into the general fund. I argued, like many of my colleagues in community meetings, saying this isn't about the money, this is about safety. And when the money was swept into the general fund, it came about the money. Now, I think that you've got data that now helps tell the story that you do see slower speeds and safer streets where those tools are deployed. So the data, even though the funding's not there, the data helps tell the story. I think similar to clear lanes, you've got to have the data. So when we get back together in the budget meeting, which will be in another month or two, I need more specific data. You have to be able to, now that you've had this up and running for more than a year, otherwise 197,000 tickets that are issued, I don't want to, and I can't just tell people it's great revenue and that's why we're doing it. I gotta be able to show that we are actually doing what we want, which is I want my bus travel to speed up. I want people that are getting to work, kids getting to school, folks in the grocery store to know that this program's helping them move around their city faster. So I need DDOT to, in a more robust way, not say we're waiting on the data. I need to be more proactive so that when we get back together again for the budget hearing, I need a really compelling data story that you're telling us about why we're doing this. Can you commit to that?
Yes, and I have been proactively reaching out, as has my team. So I am
If you need us to help push on our dear friends at WMATA as well, let us know.
Okay.
Because we have their cell phone number too, and I'm more than happy to push on them too.
Okay, I mean, and we are all in alignment that they're these priority lanes are important to WMATA too, and they want to support them, and they know that we need to be able to make a good case for them, and data is going to be key to that. So thanks.
I just know I'm going to wager all my colleagues have got an email or a phone call from somebody who said, hey, I was just stopping to run into the dry cleaner real fast, or I was just popping in and I got a ticket. We need to be able to tell them why. Why does it matter not to double park in the bus lane in the middle of rush hour? Find a parking spot if that's what you need. I got to be able to help tell the story. And I think all of us need to be able to tell the story, and the data can help us do that. I'm over my time, so let me turn to Councilmember Henderson. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen, and still morning. Good morning, Director Kirschbaum. I am actually going to sort of pick up in that conversation around data, specifically around automated traffic enforcement. So you know that since I've been a member of this committee, we've been trying to push DDOT to release more information and data to, again, show that nexus between safety and where the camera locations are, as well as the impact of what happens after. We introduced legislation on this, didn't move forward. We were able to work with the department on this, and I've looked at I'm going to call it new-ish ATE website, and I was quite impressed. So I want to express my appreciation to your staff who worked on this. I was happy to see that we have a webpage that's dedicated to location selection methodology, you know, and all of these various things. So in the mayor's budget proposal last year, there were 477 additional cameras that were funded. There are 477 total cameras that are funded over the past several fiscal years. I know there were additional cameras last year. Have all of the cameras been operational at this point?
Yes.
Okay. And so I think you were saying earlier that we review the data after a year for ATE?
We look at data consistently, but in terms of whether it's time to move a camera to another location, after a year, we look at it to see, are we receiving the kind of compliance that we hope for? And then that's a good opportunity to move it to an area that needs it.
Okay. I noticed that, well, just in general, right? Automated traffic enforcement in some ways is around trying to shift behavior. There's a psychology to it, if you will. And I know it doesn't work for everyone, right? I think there was recently a resolution of a Maryland driver who had hit a young girl in a crosswalk. He had $32,000 of unpaid fines. So clearly that was not a hindrance and or working. On the ATE website, you all have a page that lists the top 10 locations for camera violations, and you say how many violations have happened there. I'm curious, what is the collaboration with MPD on those particular spots? Because for some people, the camera might not do it for them, but an officer sitting there might do it for them.
So, Councilmember, I totally agree. And we know that the camera enforcement is one of many tools in our toolkit, but no one of them is going to be a panacea. And for the most part, the general population wants to be compliant and wants to not get a ticket, but there is a subset of the population that it's not going to deter them from their reckless behavior. So I don't want to speak for MPD, but I do want to share that through the Vision Zero and Highway Safety Office cross-agency work, they have definitely increased their enforcement of traffic violations. We have MPD officers regularly now on our high injury corridors, and they are ticketing. And if you look at their numbers, and it would be something worthwhile to ask of the chief, but their enforcement numbers and activity are going up.
Mhm.
And our highway safety office has partnered with Park Police and Capitol Police and gotten them very active in terms of traffic violations as well. So it is an area I think people perceive that there's not enough sort of in-person enforcement happening, but it's really, we've been making, there's been a lot more activity. And the highway safety office should tell you what those are because it's impressive.
I'm going to also bring this up with Chief Smith as well. I just want to note for those who haven't looked at this particular data, the 10 places with the highest extreme speed are all in Ward 7 and 8. All of them. Southern Avenue, Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast, East Capitol Street, someone getting up to 106 miles per hour in a 25. That would definitely kill someone if they had hit someone in that space. And so I think this is like, folks have feelings about automated traffic enforcement, but then when you talk about the speeds that some individuals are going, it leads me to believe that there should be some additional tools that we're using, whether it be traffic calming or otherwise. MPD has a new traffic unit, and so I'll definitely follow up with them on that. Last June, you all rolled out a new school bus arm camera program, which is also important. I've seen one too many people who like the arm is out and they're trying to go around the bus and almost hitting the student and the attendant trying to cross the street. Which criteria did you all use in deciding how to deploy those cameras? I think you have 25 in this first year.
The actual routes that those buses take, and you're right, there's 25. We actually have really deferred to OSSI on which ones.
Okay.
And so I'm honestly not clear if those are moving around or if they're on static routes.
Okay. All right. Good for a follow-up for OSSI on that front. I'm curious about the high driver intervention project that you all have been doing in consultation with the lab at DC. Can you say more about this in terms of how high-risk drivers are being identified, and then what is the intervention?
So this is still the lab is taking lead on this assessment, and this is a way where they're if we can do some sort of messaging or intervention to kind of sort of disrupt and shock to try to modify some behavior. So the lab is leading on experimental messaging to see what kind of impact it has. The study is still in progress.
Okay.
I don't have any results yet. I'm anxiously looking forward to reading to see if it'll help.
Okay. I mean, I think one of the issues, and I've had this conversation with Director Robinson at DMV, is that if I speed and get a ticket today, or if I speed and have an infraction today, I may not actually receive the ticket for 2 months. So this lag time and informing people of like their behavior, it's like, it's a sort of after the fact situation. And I know you guys don't handle that part of the issue, but I feel like all of these agencies need to be coming together, because when we're talking about Vision Zero, we have to be talking about those who are essentially treating our streets like mini highways.
And Councilmember Henderson, I agree that is a little bit of a downside, that you want the immediate notification.
Yeah.
And so even I think the messaging campaign is coming with some lag, but it is saying you need to think about what you're doing in a way that if you get a periodic ticket, it may not.
It just doesn't have the same piece.
But to the point that you're making, we're also piloting a different kind of ticket that does provide, different kind of camera that provides immediate notification. We have 2 corridors where we have a camera that is actually tracking to see if people are holding up a cell phone or don't have a seatbelt on or are speeding. And then a few yards ahead, we have a message board that says, put your phone down, buckle your seatbelt, or slow down.
Okay.
And we have found that to have an incredible impact. I think on a corridor on Georgia Avenue, I think it was maybe almost 60% had some notice that was popping up. And that's dropped down to under 10%.
I would love to
And-
see more info on that.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I have like a
Yep,
minute and 30
sorry.
seconds, and I know other colleagues are waiting. I want to ask about TCOs real quick. Traffic control officers, which you and I have talked about, is a major source of frustration, especially as we're seeing more congestion around the city, is that we got some TCOs out there, but they're on the wrong intersection. And so I know that you all have had some challenges filling both TCOs and crossing guards. When we spoke in January, you had 40 vacancies on that team. What's the vacancy rate right now?
Well, to clarify, it's actually the vacancies are really on the safety tech team, on the crossing guards. And
Okay.
what that means is that when we have a vacancy and we know that the schools are a priority, we deploy TCOs to backfill. So what it feels like is that we then don't have TCOs that we can deploy at intersections.
Okay.
And until we fix the school crossing guard problem, we're going to continue to have gaps on the TCO coverage.
Okay. How much have you spent on overtime so far on TCOs?
I don't have that number in front of me.
Okay. Can we get a follow-up on that?
Yep.
What's the biggest challenge in hiring on crossing guards?
So we have found that, and we do have about 38 vacancies on the school crossing guard front, that we do really robust recruiting. And we often, at an open house, we will get a large number of folks that are interested, but it's the suitability screening process where we are losing a large number of candidates. So we could end up, we have 70 candidates. We end up with under 40. They get through the suitability screening. And then by the time we finish with training and deploy them, we can be down to 10.
Can I just ask a clear suitability? Can you say more about what that means?
Sure. Suitability screening is the background checks. That includes a drug screening as well.
Councilman Henderson, I promise that's on my radar. I
Okay.
have some questions on that coming up, I don't know, about 4 or 5 hours. And so
Right here.
I'll-
I'll be back.
yeah, we're gonna dig more into that and work with the director of that, because I can feel the unsaid part, and I'm with you on that. So,
Okay.
all right, thank you. Next, I'm gonna turn to a member of the committee who's joined us, Councilmember Zachary Parker. Councilor Parker is joining us online.
Thank you, Chairman Allen. And it's good to see you, Director, albeit virtually. I want to start with some quick points of praise. So I'm not sure if I get time for intro, so I'm going to make this short. DDOT is rightly concentrating its resources in parts of the city that experience the worst traffic violence, especially in wards 5, 7, and 8. As a result, Ward 5, for instance, has seen 20% of prioritized TSI since the program's launch. And Ward 5 is also benefiting from DDOT's focus on high injury network corridors where fatalities and injuries are concentrated. I'm going to just jump right into questions for the sake of time, Director. Rhode Island Avenue is one of the few Tier 1 high injury network corridors without a dedicated capital project. What steps is DDOT taking to ensure more resources are brought to bear on this dangerous network? And it is worth noting this is now the 3rd year that I'm asking about Rhode Island Avenue.
Sure. And thanks, Councilmember. And I appreciate that you highlighted that we really do focus our priorities on the high injury network. And we are also really focused on high crash intersections. And so I do know that Rhode Island Avenue, we do need a corridor project. While we don't have capital funds available today to do a full corridor study, we are looking at intersections. I don't have a list in front of me of which ones will include Rhode Island Avenue, but I know that is something that we're looking closely at. I know North Capitol and Rhode Island is one on the list, but let me give you an update on other intersections, and that we did, are asking for a corridor project as well in our budget.
Okay. When you follow up, I would also say if you can reflect or provide an update on whether adjusting the speed limit on Rhode Island is something DDOT is considering. We've seen DDOT adjust the speed limit on other injury network corridors like New York Avenue and Georgia Avenue. And so it'll be helpful to know if that's something that you can also plan for Rhode Island, which I would imagine would not take significant costs. Cars on the MBT. We heard a lot of testimony about this. My office receives many complaints and concerns from neighbors in our Eckington, Edgewood communities that are using the MBT regularly. We have seen an uptick in cars getting onto the MBT. And we just need to address the safety here on the trail. Can you commit to a timeline for ensuring that physical barriers are in place to prevent drivers from entering the MBT?
Yes, and Councilmember, we're equally frustrated by this behavior. And just to be clear, we did add some bollards to try to prevent vehicles from entering at the R Street entrance and the Franklin Street Connector Trail. And we also replaced the M Street bollard, it had been damaged. So we just learned that the R Street ones have been removed, so we will be putting those back in. And we're looking at some sort of bollards and planters to help. We're working, there's an adjacent, Fort Myer owns the property adjacently, and we're working with them to get those, which I think will be a better long-term mitigation. The planters can't be removed easily.
And just for clarification, at R Street, it's my understanding there are cones and not bollards. You're planning to implement bollards at R Street?
I think we're looking at even putting planters in, a concrete planter that might be even more difficult to remove.
Something worth focusing also at the end of the trail that my team has reflected on is the spacing. And so a car can go around the bollards that are at the end of the trail. So as you're looking at the implementation, just ensuring that the spacing wouldn't allow someone to go around them, that would be helpful.
Okay, yeah, we're going to take a look at where the bollards are needed. I think how effective they are. We're also working with MPD to help us stop this behavior. And then we do have some signs up, and we're going to try new signs. Again, I'm not sure it's people doing it accidentally, so I don't know if the signs really stop it. But between those who may not realize it's not a road, can help with that subset. And again, yes, we are committed to figuring out ways to try to stop the motorized
And is there
vehicles.
one quick follow-up here? Is there a timeline for when we should see those adjustments on the trail?
In terms of the planters, I don't have, no, I don't have a timeline, but I'll continue to keep you in the loop.
Okay. I would ask, because this is becoming an increasing threat to safety, that we prioritize that. What we do not want to hear is that a car has mowed down a family, a child on the MBT. And I think that becomes increasingly possible as we're seeing more traffic there. So I appreciate your
I
partnership.
couldn't agree more.
Yes. I want to move to bus shelters. This year, DDOT is slated to update or modify its solicitation to manage DC's bus shelters. Public reporting indicated that DDOT agreed to cap the number of bus shelters at 788, even though there are more than 3,500 bus stops. That agreement has resulted in bus shelters not being built in parts of the city that have greater heat exposure and heat sensitivity, including many parts in Ward 5. Will DDOT commit to eliminating a contractual maximum limit on bus shelters?
Well, the cap that you described was from our legacy contract, so you are correct. We are in the process of doing a new contract, and we will make sure that our bus shelter agreement has a much higher cap. I think it's going to be 1,500 in the new vehicle. That's what we're putting out in the requirements. And we are also taking a deep look at some of the heat concerns. We actually have a study being done on sort of effective ways to provide some cooling elements to the bus shelters, and we'll try to include those in our requirements as well.
And will the outcomes of that study inform the locations of those bus shelters?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Want to transition to sidewalk. We're rapid fire. I love it. I was excited to see the launch of DDOT Sidewalk Gap program last year. However, fewer projects were completed than originally planned. Is that project in full swing, and do you anticipate that it will hit its benchmark in fiscal year 25?
Yes, we were also frustrated with the pace last year. It really just took a lot longer to get a contract set up. So we were able to make a small, hit a small dent in our 24 plan. Going forward, yes, the contract is now set up. We are going to look to do 8 miles annually. The first batch were ones that we could just do in-house, but with the contracted teams, we'll really get to change the pace.
It's worth noting key gaps slated to be addressed in 2025 include the west side of New York Avenue and Ivy City, the west side of Brentwood Avenue between Union Market and Ivy City, T Street Northeast, the connection to MBT and Eckington, Perry Street between Dwight Mosley and Taft Field. And so, as you can imagine, Ward 5 neighbors are keenly interested in this program, and I'll be tracking it with you. I wanted to move to bus priority. Improving bus reliability in Ward 5 has been a priority of mine. We've been working closely with WMATA, and I've been working closely with your team. I wanted to touch base about 2 projects to ensure they are moving ahead. First, is Florida Avenue Northwest, Northeast still moving forward with a concept of 24/7 bus lanes in both directions?
I believe, yes, that's still in the works.
Okay, are you able to follow up with a definite answer, whether it is, and if not, why? And then if you can also just share a timeline.
Sure. Yeah, and I'll go, I mean, we do have our bus priority projects on our website, but let me go back and confirm. I do want to say that we are committed. We know that bus priorities projects are really critical to the efficiency of our buses.
Yes.
Do want to make sure that we have clean data and that we actually have a threshold for where we build them in terms of frequency of buses, ridership, and are there currently delays? So we will have that lens. We look at all of the things in the queue. So yes, happy to give you more information when we do that deeper look.
And as you look at Florida Avenue, also Rhode Island Avenue, is it still slated for a bus priority project to kick off this fiscal year?
Right. So these are all in the queue. We are doing studies in a number of them just to confirm that it's going to have the intended impacts. So in all cases, if those studies are in the works, I would say when it's done, we'll have more information, but I'll make sure that you're aware of all of those projects.
Awesome. I don't have enough time in this round, but I have more questions. I would just say on Rhode Island, it is a big priority for me. We are counting on DDOT to move forward with that bus priority, as we're also working with the Office of Planning to just reimagine that corridor from about 13th Avenue through the border of the city. So I look forward to working with you on that. And thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to ask these questions this round.
Thanks so much, Councilor Parker. Now we're going to turn to Ward 7, Councilor Wendell Felder. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for hosting this morning's hearing on the district's Department of Transportation. Also, thank you, Director Cushbaum, and members of your senior team. I know we had a brief introductory meeting last week, and I really appreciate you all taking time to meet with me and members of my team. As we conduct this oversight hearing on DDOT, we must critically examine how transportation policies and infrastructure projects are being implemented across our city, particularly in Ward 7 and other communities east of the Anacostia River, where traffic calming measures and bike lanes are important for improving safety and mobility. We have heard growing concerns that some of these installations are creating unintended challenges, making transportation more difficult for drivers, pedestrian, or rather public transit users, and even emergency vehicles. For example, the safety measures placed on Minnesota Avenue is one. I'm sure you probably heard of that. Additionally, bike lanes are placed in locations that do not seem appropriately or practical, raising questions about the decision-making process. And perhaps what's most troubling is the perception that these major changes are happening without meaningful community input. Residents feel like their voices are being overlooked. and decisions that directly impact their daily lives are being made without significant engagement or transparency. During my short time in office, these are some of the major complaints that I've heard. And with that in mind, my questions will be centered around understanding how DDOT balance its priorities while ensuring proper community input engagement, while determining how we can work together to restore public trust. So with that, I'll jump right in. And I do want to note that you're the only director that I had an opportunity to ask questions who oversee a large agency. You're by yourself. So you get some brownie points from me on that note. So my first line of questions is centered around strategic planning. Obviously, I get a lot of questions and requests from residents and complaints as it relates to DDOT. My question is, what or does DDOT have an overall transportation plan for Ward 7?
Thank you, council member, and congrats again on your position. We touch Ward 7 through a number of our programs. And so when we talk about roadway safety, for better or worse, there are a number of roadways that are in our high injury network and high injury intersections. But we also have a number of other projects too that we're excited about, and especially with RFK plans. We're going to be doing a number of other both transit related and roadway improvements. But the high injury network, maybe I'm jumping ahead. But I would say you had mentioned Minnesota Avenue in particular, and that has been a corridor. It was our #1 corridor in terms of high injury crashes. And so it was a priority. And the way we address high injury corridors is by reducing speeds. Now, what happens when you put in an intervention to reduce speeds? It works. Our crashes have gone down significantly. And I would say that the improvements have been positive and effective. I think we've had almost a nearly 50% reduction in crashes. What that feels like to people who travel on that corridor is that they're going a lot slower. And so it's sitting in traffic. It means that they're spending more time getting to where they need to go. And I know that that's frustrating. That's ultimately a trade-off in so many of these safety interventions. The speed results in crashes and fatalities. Slower means that there's friction for the users of it. Now, people look at the bike lane and they say, if that bike lane wasn't here, I could go faster. The bike lane was really part of a road diet. It was really part of the plan to slow traffic down. Now, I know there aren't a lot of users of the bike lane. The bike lane was really one of the alternatives as part of the road diet. The other one would have been, we could have built a big concrete median. Again, still would have been reduced lanes, still would have been sitting in traffic, but you've been looking at a concrete median instead of the bike lane. We actually believe that the bike lane gives emergency vehicles more options in terms of navigating than a concrete barrier. So, the motive of the bike lane in this case wasn't to build a bike lane because of demand. It was to do a road diet, and that actually felt like the best intervention. But I don't know how to combat people that are complaining about the slow traffic, because that's a trade-off that we think is worth it.
You mentioned road diets, and you mentioned DDOT being able to balance traffic safety measures. My follow-up on that is, how do you all engage with the Office of Planning and other agencies when developing your transportation plans?
We have a team of transportation planners. So while we do meet regularly with Office of Planning and we look at area plans writ large on a given project, I don't know if there's sort of direct input from OP, but we do meet periodically and talk more broadly about efforts in the neighborhood.
Copy. You mentioned earlier with all of the possible development projects in Ward 7, specifically the redevelopment of RFK, which intersects with Ward 5 and things of that nature. My question is, the streetcar, and it also goes into Ward 6 as well. Where are you with the streetcar? Do you support the streetcar? And is that something you're going to be pushing to expand to Benham Road in this budget cycle?
We, yes, we know that the streetcar is popular and there's a lot of fans and it's doing great things for the corridor. We also know a streetcar network was really the ultimate goal, and it's really not expanded into a network. We are trying to balance the cost. It is an incredibly costly tool. So at this point, we are doing a lot of work on Benning Road, specifically the bridge repair. It is a bridge in poor condition, so that's been our priority. And we have some resources as part of a second phase to do a streetcar expansion. We don't have the full budget right now to do that. And so I think it's really going to be dependent on whether we can get the resources to do the extension.
Chairman Allen asked you questions as it relates to how you will be, the agency will be impacted with potential federal cuts. I know that in the previous administration, there was some money in the the infrastructure, the bipartisan infrastructure bill that focused on developing roads, bridges, and highways, et cetera. My question to you, though, is DDOT was in the process of conducting a feasibility study to put 295 underground. Where are we with that study? Has it been finalized?
We have a Reconnecting Communities grant for about $2 million to look at 295. And that study is, I think, still in progress. I think it's started, but we don't have any results from it. And I believe it will look at what a cost could be to do a deck over 295, as well as other improvements.
Copy. We get a lot of complaints about infrastructure projects being started in the community not receiving proper notice. Outside of sending emails to ANC commissioners, how does DDOT notify residents of upcoming traffic and infrastructure projects?
Well, I'm glad you asked. One of the things that we pushed on in 2024 was to update our website. And I do encourage people, if you've got a question, chances are there is detail about the project. Sometimes we are so proactive where we put projects in at a very early phase and people think, oh, I don't know anything about it, I haven't heard about it. And it's because it's still at a really early study stage. And if you look, the next phase is to talk to the community about what people think, but we aren't there yet. But that's where you can get everything you need to know about what we're thinking. We even have some projects up there that we don't have funding for, which I think is maybe too much transparency and it gets people excited. But the public engagement plan that I referred to is still, it's new. And one of the goals of that is to make sure that nobody is surprised about a project and that we can't just rely on ANCs. ANCs are terrific partners and they do a great job in terms of convening meetings and pushing things out to their listserv, but we can't just depend on ANCs. And so that's why when we're doing a project, we look at all the stakeholders on the corridor. And sometimes it's a church and sometimes it's a school. And we need to go directly to those stakeholders and not just depend on them hearing about it through the ANC. And so we host meetings in those locations. We're trying to send emails to a contact there and ask them for lists, and then physical notification too. And so we're trying to use signage so people will see that there's something coming soon and it'll have a QR code for more information. But that way, even if you're not on any listserv or tied to any of these stakeholder groups, you're just someone walking by, that you'll be alerted. I say long before the orange cones, the emergency no parking signs, you should know what's coming.
Thank you. I'll save the remainder of my questions for the next round, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Next, let me turn to our Ward 2 colleague, Brooke Pinto. Good morning, Councilmember.
Great. Good morning. Thank you so much, Chairman Allen, and thank you, Director Kirschbaum, for being here today. And I want to specifically thank you for several projects that have been moving forward that we're very enthusiastic about with the DuPont deck over. Thank you for your recent recommitment to our arrangement around some traffic and business mitigation and support during the project. We appreciate your partnership on that and are eager to get the construction started. The progress we've made on the S Street revitalization project is another bright spot in and projects that DDOT's working on in Ward 2. Appreciate the recent installation of the flex posts around Logan Circle that we think are already making a traffic safety improvement, and the progress on the Safe Routes to School program, especially the improvements that we've seen around Ross Elementary School. There are several issues I want to talk about today with the DuPont deck over, the DC water work on 22nd Street, Pennsylvania Avenue West Streetscape project, Mount Zion Cemetery, pedestrian and bike safety. And so we'll see how much we can get to. So first, I'm curious about where you stand on DDOT's kind of reevaluation of the bike lane priority routes. I know that last year we talked about DDOT's intention to kind of zoom out and back and take a look at the entire bike lane network for the city and see which routes make sense and which need to be protected and which need to be revisited. And so where does DDOT stand on that progress?
So you're talking about our 5-year strategic bikeways plan. We do have a contract that's been awarded. We think it'll take about 18 months, but along that 18 months, there'll be considerable public engagement. So we'll be hearing from the public as well as relying on the contractors to really take a good look at best practices and our existing network and come up with recommendations. So that's on track. And just to clarify a statement that was made earlier, we do have a work plan in the interim. So we're also committed to projects for 25 and FY26. We're not sitting on our hands. And we're also really going to use the next year to take a look at our existing infrastructure. We've had bike lanes that have been put in years ago, and I think our strategy has evolved, and there's things that we can do to make them better. So nobody likes flex posts. We have some bike lanes that have way too many flex posts, and they don't look good. So we're going to see what we can do to do some upgrades in the short term as well.
I don't always mind flex posts. I think sometimes they can be effective, but not as effective as they could be, certainly. Just so I understand what you're saying here, I heard you say that there's a 5-year plan, but that you're not sitting on your hands in the meantime. And so what is the strategy of moving forward on some bike lanes before the 5-year plan is developed?
If you look on our DDOT.dc.gov and look at our bikeways projects, we have about 15 that are in various stages of study, design, and construction. And that's what we're considering our work plan for the next 2 years.
But how does that work plan fit in with the larger 5-year plan and kind of full city vision that you have been working on?
I mean, those are going to be things that the consultants are aware of, and maybe they'll say slow walk X, but I think for the most part, those are ones that we believe are really important to the network. And so those should be moving forward even while the project, the assessment is being done. We didn't want to just pull the plug on doing anything new while we're waiting for the plan.
Okay. How are negotiations going with WMATA about the bus routes and ensuring that access is expanded, particularly along the route lines that were cut from the circulators?
So we have worked with WMATA, I guess it's been since the summer, and we worked on an agreement both for sort of an interim strategy where they would cover as much as they could of the circulator legacy routes. And that would be from January 1st until the new network redesign happens in July. And so they've been covering those routes, and we did a really big marketing push before circulator on sunset. And so we are very hopeful that all of the legacy riders found their new routes. And that will only become a more robust in terms of frequency and options starting in July.
Okay. Okay. When will that be published?
So those routes are already available. So again, the interim segment is really just before the new redesign gets launched. All of the circulator routes that they're doing on our behalf, those will be embedded into the network redesign. So they're going to be sharing that information along with all of their other new routes. And that is available on their website. And we've gotten the legacy sort of interim ones on our circulator website as well.
So those routes that are published on the WMATA website right now are the routes that will be implemented starting in July. That we shouldn't expect that there will be new routes.
No, they included sort of the legacy circulator ones as part of their network redesign maps.
Okay, thank you. Where do things stand on the implementation of the permanent streetery program?
We released new guidelines, I think in December, and we shared those with restaurants. We want them to know what the new standards are going to be. We did a lot of messaging and a lot of input from bids and restaurant partners to make sure they're clear. I think we ended up in a really good place. I look at other cities and some of their struggles and think we've been able to avoid some of those pitfalls. We have extended the existing permits through this summer. We want to give restaurants some time to make those transitions. And we're just trying to streamline the process for them so that if they're well within standards, the permit will be very easy. If they're doing an exception, they have a route to go to the Public Space Committee. And we are also going to be bringing in a designer to help with restaurants that don't have the wherewithal to come up with engineering plans, and we can do it on their behalf. So we think they'll be well supported.
So is it then DDOT's position that basically if you apply for a streetery, you will be granted one if you're within?
If you're within the guidelines. So there are some restaurants that will not be able to have a streetery. If you are on a rush hour restricted corridor, we probably have about 14 restaurants, we would no longer grant those. If your streetery would be in too close to a curb cut or in front of a bus stop or some other element of the built environment that we kind of we allowed it during the emergency guidelines, those would need to be either reshaped or not be able to happen. So there will be some that would not be able to operate if they wanted to. And we think some will choose not to operate. There'll be a $20 per square foot cost. It had been free. And so there were some restaurants that really just weren't committed to their streetery and didn't make investments in them. And now they'll have to. And so I think that will weed out those that just are underused and underinvested in.
Okay, thank you. As I mentioned, I really appreciate the new flex posts that were put around Logan Circle. There continue to be many concerns around safety with we've had multiple incidents where cars have driven straight onto the circle, pedestrian safety concerns, bike lane safety concerns. What is your strategy around improving safety around many of our circles that we see similar issues with? Logan Circle, DuPont Circle, Washington Circle, Thomas Circle, that we see a lot of the same problems of inconsistency in multiple lanes, people trying to get off to go where they're going or stay around the circle, and that creates a lot more confusion often for drivers and pedestrians and bikers.
Sure, and our goal really is just to improve and clarify for all roadway users when there's things that are causing complications. I know we just made a number of, we have a really good plan. It'll be constructed when the weather warms up at Grant Circle, and that's given us some really good ideas for improvements that we can then recycle. I think we'll go to Sherman Circle next. There's some that are more problematic than others, and we really just need to prioritize and work through them. But I appreciate that you've observed some of our tactics have been effective, and we want to continue to make something complicated like a circle less so, and avoid crashes.
But Director, just in my final seconds here, what do you mean by explore strategies that will be helpful? Like what does that look like in practice?
Well, I'll tell you, at Grand Circle, we've made a number of changes so we can actually allow for a bike lane, allow for parking, and really, instead of having multiple lanes where people are crossing, make sure that it's either one or that there's ample room for people to switch lanes. So there are things we can do with the configuration to make it cleaner, so we avoid some of those side swipes, which I know is a frequent issue with circles.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Allen.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. One of the great parts about the Department of Transportation is that you have so much interest from the council. So I appreciate that I have so many colleagues that want to come and ask questions. So it's been 40 or 50 minutes, but it's back to me around. So I'm excited to keep going. Director, I'm going to kind of move into sidewalk and pedestrian infrastructure for a little bit. So last week, we actually ended up having an entire panel of public witnesses that focused on sidewalk safety and state of repair. The thrust of their critique, which I know you've heard before, is that sidewalk repair and maintenance is a much lower priority than our street and road repair. Of our federal roads, local streets, alleys, sidewalks have the highest share of poor ratings, 13.2%. Later today, DPW is going to be out there working hard, I know, as well as DDOT, clearing roadways for cars and trucks, and of course, for buses. But we're going to leave sidewalks largely to private residents to clear. The service level agreement for sidewalk gap repairs is 270 days. The service level agreement timeline for potholes is 3 days. I risk overusing the statement, but the reality is all of us are a pedestrian at some point, especially tomorrow when most of our cars are going to be snowed in. We're going to rely on being able to walk around. Your pre-hearing responses indicate DDOT plans to fill 8 miles in FY25. What are some of the other concrete steps or specific goals that you have in mind for improving sidewalk state of repair and connectivity?
And I would like to dispel any narrative that we prioritize roadways over sidewalks, hard stop. I think that a sidewalk repair and a pothole repair are apples and oranges. And when we talk about a 3-day SLA for a pothole, it's because it is very easy to fill a pothole. For the sidewalk repairs, it is not about just dumping asphalt and smoothing it. These repairs are more complicated. And I would say the 270-day SLA, it's so frustrating to me. And part of the problem is that we have 2 very different types of repairs. And 270 is just kind of an average between a long-term complete restoration, which we put on our paving plan, which can take 2 years because that's how it's been prioritized and when it's in the plan, and something that we do immediately because we have an inspector that goes out within 3 days and then can repair immediately if needed. I think the biggest challenge when it comes to sidewalk repairs is the sort of what the threshold is for what's an emergency and what can be done as part of a plan. We need to do full restorations in most cases of sidewalks and not just put a patch of asphalt in. When we are able to just reposition a brick or put in an asphalt patch, we do it. In fact, we did about 1,500 of those service requests in FY24. And that's 3 times what we were doing in fiscal year 21. So we've been doing those repairs in-house, and we've added more teams. So we have also been increasing the kinds of repairs we can do. So dropping asphalt is easy. A lot of what we're now doing in-house has involved training staff to do horizontal saw cutting so that we're actually smoothing out a section and then adding concrete. It's not an emergency quick one, but it can be done in-house pretty quickly. The other big thing that's happening is that we do proactive inspections. So 13% in poor repair, poor condition, is higher than about 9 to 10% of our roadways. I would say that part of the reason why that number's gone up is because we are getting better data. We used to do inspections manually every 5 years. Now we're doing it on an annual basis using technology. So I think the 13% is not that things have deteriorated or that they're any worse. It's just that we are getting better data about our sidewalk condition. But we're using e-bike LiDAR technology, so we can ride around and we can see where there's anomalies and issues that need to get addressed. So we have a very good understanding of the condition, and we have, probably better than any other city in the country, a plan where we are prioritizing based on condition assessments and then mapping out over the next few years what we're doing when. And we are able to stretch out our dollars by doing that, because instead of just doing a piece of sidewalk here and there, when you do a larger stretch, it lasts longer. And again, we're saving resources. So
Let me jump in.
Yep.
I just, because my time's gonna keep ticking and then it'll be 40
Okay.
more minutes till I get to talk again. Do we have dedicated teams that each focus on pothole repair and sidewalk repair, or are they the same team?
The same team. We have crews, we have 6 hot boxes, and they can be deployed for asphalt repairs on either one. And we've been pushing them to do more sidewalks. The challenge is that not every sidewalk problem is an asphalt quick patch.
So the Georgetown bid testified that they're able to complete a sidewalk repair in 2 or 3 days, largely mirroring the pothole timeline. 85% of brick jobs were done within 4 to 8 hours. Why are they able to do that so quickly?
The nature of the repairs that the bid's doing are really are brick repairs, and they're restoring a brick, which is a lot simpler than some of the concrete problems in the other sidewalks. And so, yes, we can do a brick repair within that quick amount of time too.
But
and
we
when
don't.
When our inspectors go out, and we do have someone that comes out within 3 days, typically faster, they often do repair the bricks when they can.
I would say that is not the experience most people see, because I can just tell you, walking around my own neighborhood, we'll see the paint. Someone will spray paint where the work's going to get done, and about 6 months later, maybe we see someone actually come out and repair that. I think that what we see with the Georgetown bid, being able to accomplish this level of quick repair, is something that we actually should be replicating more of. I think we should probably be looking at how do we partner, how do we find as a force multiplier? If you have the same team doing potholes and bricks and sidewalks, why are we not partnering more with not just the Georgetown bid, but more bids or Main Streets or others, so that they develop the type of expertise to work on those and get it done. And then you can leverage the resources so they move faster, which frees you up for your other needs.
Well, keep in mind that the staff count for the amount of space that a bid has, if we were to try to spread that out citywide, it would be an exorbitant expense. We do work with other bids on sidewalk issues, namely the downtown bid. So bids are great partners for us, and for the concentrated area that they work, they can do great work, and it can be much more quickly done than ours. But they also have a lower threshold. They're doing repairs for things that we will schedule, but we're not going to be able to do them immediately. Our threshold for what we can do immediately is really impassable. And so a missing few bricks is not going to get something that's going to draw the resources to get done quickly.
Right. But if I'm missing the exact same amount of space in the middle of a road, I'm going to get really fast response. You're going to send out a truck, a hot box, you're going to patch that up with asphalt for the exact same amount of area. So if I'm on foot, or if I'm in a wheelchair or a walker, I don't expect, or I cannot expect, unfortunately, that I can get that sidewalk repaired. If I'm driving a car, I can. And that disparity, that difference, is what's driving people nuts, because we're all pedestrians at some point. I think we should be much faster and more nimble to make these sidewalk repairs.
And I mean, we have a $115 million budget. That's over 6 years dedicated to sidewalks. For us to do anything demonstrably different in terms of having additional resources to do the kind of sort of on-demand fixes that the bids are able to do, it would require a very significant influx of resources. It's not just about moving the pothole teams over.
Are we going to see that then as a budget enhancement request?
I mean, we have needs across the agency, and it's a tight budget period. I believe we have optimized the amount, the resources that we have available. And I think the amount that we spend on emergency fixes versus larger restoration projects is the best balance with the resources that we have.
So speaking of resources, so in last year's budget, the committee redirected 5%, or just under $2 million, from DDOT's paving budget into sidewalk repairs to improve accessibility and shorten the timelines for sidewalk repairs. What have you spent the $2 million on? What have I bought? What
Right.
have I seen in terms of a difference and improvement?
Well, you've seen more of the miles that we're able to do in terms of the restoration and on the quick fixes. Those have gone up in 24. But they're expensive. The repairs that involve digging up the existing materials and putting it down, it is a lot more expensive. And so it's not going to be a dramatic increase, the resources that were put in terms of what you're seeing.
Okay. So why is it then that we're okay telling our DC residents they're going to have to wait for a sidewalk repair, but for commuters, we're going to deliver 3 days? Why not tell our friends in Maryland and Virginia that are driving in, it's not going to be a 3-day turnaround. It's going to be a 5 or a 10-day turnaround on a pothole so that we can get sidewalks done faster. You can redirect more resources.
So again, it is very easy to quickly fill a pothole. It is not easy to really repair a sidewalk. It's apples and oranges. So a hot box can dump and clean up, we get 30, 50 potholes done in a day. Those repairs are not helpful on a sidewalk. And if we're digging material out and doing saw cutting and doing what's needed to restore it, it's a lot more money and takes a lot more time. It's just two separate processes. So zeroing out the pothole budget and moving it over to sidewalks isn't actually.
No one said zeroing out. What we talked about is the balance, right? And I don't think anybody can legitimately argue that when we pour some asphalt and tamp it down on the street, that we don't all just see that pothole come right back very soon. I mean, we see that all the time where we do a pothole repair, it's all ripped back up again in 6 months, 12 months. It's not like it's a permanent fix. On a sidewalk, when I have a giant hole in the sidewalk and I can't get whether I'm going to church, whether I'm going to the grocery store, wherever I'm going, I'll take an asphalt patch for a little bit while we work on the permanent repair. The gap that just exists is dangerous. And I don't think it's getting the job done. And I think that's what feeds into a real feel that we're treating our roadway gaps as a priority, but we're not fixing the sidewalk gaps. No one is saying don't fill a pothole. We're just talking about balancing that out so that it's treated in a better way. I know I'm over time, so let me turn to my colleagues and we'll come back to it on another round. I think we had Councilor Henderson who stepped away. So Councilor Parker, are you still there?
I am here.
All right, we'll turn back to you then.
All right, Director. I wanted to come to oversight truck enforcement, which is a big issue and priority for Ward 5, namely on corridors like Franklin Street. I want to commend the agency for its work to improve traffic enforcement in the district. However, I also want to note the serious shortcoming. As you know, Ward 5 is home to a disproportionate percentage of industrial land, which includes large, heavy trucks trafficking in and out of many of our communities. Unfortunately, many of these trucks end up on Ward 5 streets, and there is no meaningful enforcement. Currently, there appear to be only 10 cameras available citywide to police oversized trucks on roughly 580 miles of local streets. Do you believe that DDOT's 10 oversized truck cameras are sufficient to change the behavior of rogue truck operators? And if not, which I anticipate you're going to say, what can we anticipate in this upcoming budget process coming from DDOT to address truck enforcement?
So thank you for the question, Councilmember. And our enforcement abilities are limited to camera enforcement. We have about a third of our oversized truck cameras in Ward 5.
And a third being how many?
Well, 3 of the 10.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, and again, we hope that when there's improved compliance that, we can continue to move them around. We do also, actually 4 of the 10, sorry. We also do hope to use signage as a way to also message when when trucks should not be on a given road. But the reality is we need to have roadways that are for freight. And we need to make sure that all roadway users can get to where they need to go. We are a large city. So that's the tool we have. We understand that there have been infractions and we hope that that's been impacting usage. But again, we are limited in the tools that we have in our toolkit.
And I totally understand the tension that our roadways need to be available to trucks, including in Ward 5. This weekend, I had a leadership meeting with many Ward 5 ANCs and Civic Association leaders. And the one word that characterized our discussion when it came to traffic and safety was enforcement, a lack of enforcement across the board. And that certainly isn't necessarily all on DDOT's shoulders. But at the heart of this question is what we're doing to hold road truck drivers accountable. So I'm going to ask it a different way. Has DDOT analyzed compliance with truck restricted route signage?
That's a good question. I don't know if we have, and it's something I'm going to circle back with the team and get back to you on.
Okay. And I know this may seem like way in the weeds, but again, given the significant share of the industrial land that is located in Ward 5, this continues to be a major issue for us. And so I do appreciate your partnership here. A second question on the AT enforcement is the scope of violations captured. And I know some of my colleagues brought this up earlier. DDOT has taken to installing hawk signals and other flashing beacons that instruct drivers to stop or yield for pedestrians. However, I do not see any cameras deployed to capture violations of these traffic control devices. Could you explain why DDOT why you're not using AT to bolster compliance with these pedestrian safety tools?
So you're correct. We have not used an ATE camera for compliance with hawk signals. We are really prioritizing the intersections that we think are the most problematic and the most dangerous. And so at this stage, speed, stop sign, red lights, there's a high demand for the cameras, and we'll continue to rotate them through where they're needed most. At some point, that could be something we'd look into. We've been talking about experimenting with cameras for other types of violations, but at this point, we don't have a plan. The demand for the hawk signal in terms of vis-a-vis the other possible uses, just it hasn't risen to the top of the priority list.
Okay. Anywhere you go around the city, you're likely to see drivers on their phones or engaged in other dangerous behavior. Like, has DDOT considered deploying ATs to address this, or is that even a capability at this point?
So distracted driving, I agree, is a huge problem. And I mentioned briefly to Councilmember Henderson that we have a pilot we're doing with the Highway Safety Office where there are cameras that are stationed above the vehicles facing down. And we are actually then have a variable message board a few yards ahead that does say, if they see a driver with their phone up, put down your phone, or put on your seatbelt, or slow down. So that is a new type of technology that we've been looking at. It gives immediate feedback, and we're hopeful that that's going to actually have an impact in behavior, and maybe even more impactful than the ticket coming 30 days later.
Yeah, and I would just say, I'll name the obvious. Enforcement should not be the responsibility of DDOT alone. And so I do plan to follow up with MPD and other agencies about how they're ramping up enforcement. Because again, as I said, many of our community leaders are growing increasingly frustrated that reckless drivers are able to speed through our communities, kill our neighbors, and sadly our children with no consequence. I do want to commend Councilmember Allen for introducing legislation to move the needle on enforcement, and I was proud to co-introduce that legislation. I'm referencing the STEER Act, but we have to get more serious in this area. I want to pivot and come to congestion pricing. I know that was a hot button topic in years prior. New York City recently rolled out congestion pricing in parts of Manhattan. Early results indicate that transit ridership is up, car and bus commuter times are down, pedestrian traffic is up, and retail traffic is up. What lessons, if any, is DDOT drawing from New York's experience with congestion pricing? And a quick follow-up, I know DDOT conducted a study and we haven't seen the results. If you can provide any update there. So what are you thinking or learning from New York, and what is the status of our own investigation around congestion pricing?
we are observing and like to have other cities in many cases pilot new things and then learn from their experience. And so we're continuing to observe what's happening in New York. I think our concerns with congestion pricing are really based on the fact that we are a little bit of a unique city. We are the nation's capital. We know we have U.S. representatives here who are already looking at home rule and chipping away at things and doing programs that we know are going to be controversial and poke the bear, so to speak. It just doesn't feel like the right timing. And congestion pricing seems like one of those things that we'll be presumably putting a tax on people who are coming to meet with their representatives. And so I think there is some reason to be circumspect about it at this juncture.
And while I'll certainly concede about the timing of things and wanting to be judicious, I would just note that in that leadership forum I had this weekend, there were a number of ANC commissioners that are normally skeptical of some proposed traffic safety measures that saw a net benefit to congestion pricing, namely targeted to out-of-state drivers from Maryland and Virginia. Just going to throw that out there. I would be remiss if I didn't bring up South Dakota. And while I won't get into the particulars, I know your team is working. And again, I want to thank you for being flexible and responsive to our community's needs. If you could give an update on your team's timeline as it stands today, and what Ward 5 neighbors can expect for next steps there.
Sure. And thanks, council member. We, as you know, are in the midst of a study to look at the corridor and other kinds of improvements that could be done, and what the impact of a corridor-wide road diet would be on the surrounding neighborhoods. We should have that study and all the data collected this spring, and then we're planning to share that information with the community late spring, early summer.
Thank you. I'm going to give back 25 seconds, Chairman Allen.
I appreciate your generosity, sir. Thank you very much. Let me turn to my Ward 7 colleague, Wendell Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Picking up where we left off, Director, could you walk me through the process of how DDOT ensures that residents and businesses are meaningfully engaged before traffic changes are made? And what are the different touch points that tends to occur?
Well, it's actually hard to give a generic answer because we really do try to customize engagement based on the nature of the project. So a bridge will look very different than a neighborhood corridor versus a commercial corridor. But again, our focus is making sure that there's an awareness and engagement at the planning stages. So we have sort of 35% design will engage, 65% design we engage, 95% design we engage. And then when the construction plan, as that's getting developed, then we also reach out to let people know what kind of disruptions there might be or road closures. So it happens at many intervals for a big project. For smaller scale projects, it might be some modified version of that.
Okay. I've received complaints that when DDOT does come out to the community to explain big projects, the information that is collected from the public is rarely incorporated. What mechanisms exist for communities to provide feedback before decisions are finalized? And how does DDOT respond to concerns raised?
So I have been in this role long enough to know that for every person that doesn't like a project, there's someone that is cheering it on. So the people who say they didn't listen, there's someone who said, oh, thankfully they did what we asked. So I'm trying to parse out the we didn't listen from the I don't like the outcome. And I sadly have learned that there is very few of our projects where we're going to get 100% of the stakeholders that are supportive of how it rolled out. We are trying to, we try to modify based on what we hear. I think it's sad to say our sweet spot is that everybody's a little bit unhappy, but I think that might be where our sweet spot is. And so I do want to push back on the we're not engaging or we're not listening, and think that maybe it's that they just didn't like the outcome. And yet I don't know how to show that there is someone, a constituent behind them that did like the outcome.
How does DDOT conduct traffic safety investigations, otherwise known as TSIs, and what criteria determine when and where they are initiated?
So our traffic safety inputs is one of our sort of, we call it a reactive program. So we have a number of really impactful interventions that we do based on high injury network, high crash intersections. Traffic safety inputs are focused on more of our local and collector roads. And we use 311s that come in from the public to sort of be our starting point of our pool of what we're even going to take work on. And it's really focused on traffic calming. We then actually have a way we prioritize all of the requested intersections and we rank them based on, well, the model has sort of a couple criteria. Crash patterns, is it on the high injury network? We look at race and social equity in terms of high transit and pedestrian usage. We also look at vulnerable road user trip generators. Is this an area where there's a park or a school or a bus stop or metro station, and then just roadway characteristics. So that is the model that helps us rank and prioritize. And then every quarter, we do across the board 10 TSIs in every ward. And then the balance of those we look at based on sort of the highest rank. So not every ward is going to get the same number of interventions done, but it's really based on the highest need.
And Director, just a follow-up, how many outstanding TSIs does the agency have?
In terms of I don't have a number of how many TSIs have been requested but haven't had any action taken on.
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head. I do know that we've been getting to about 1,000 a year, and we've been collapsing many so that, we're committed to trying to get to 800. I'm going to also manage expectations that about a third to half of our staff positions are vacant right now.
Okay.
And these have been hard to fill. So we will struggle to even continue at that clip.
And does the agency feel like it has the capacity to respond to all of the TSI requests?
So realistically, we're trying to fulfill a need in terms of these local roads and traffic calming. No, our goal is not to get to 100% of TSIs. We don't have the budget to do that. And quite frankly, if I did have more budget, I wouldn't put it here. I would put it to resources on our high entry network.
That's a good segue to my next question in terms of the average time frame for the completion of a TSI.
So when we get a TSI is selected, it's, again, if it's pulled that quarter, within the year, it will get constructed, which by engineering terms for roadway changes is rapid fire.
Okay, I asked that question because now I do recognize with such a complicated agency in the changing leaderships, right? Like I remember Director Leif, Director Marudian, and maybe 6 years ago, there was a request to have a left turn signal placed on 63rd Street that is still outstanding today.
So when we get traffic safety inputs, I don't pretend that we're going to get to 100% of them, or even that what they're being asked of is going to be what ends up getting delivered. We are looking at where there are safety concerns, and then we are implementing what we think makes the most sense. I don't know about that specific ask.
Okay.
If that ask was even put in when it was done with Director Dormslow, we didn't even have this program then. So if there's an ask for an intersection, I would say put it in now, because nobody's tracking stuff that was put in 10 years ago.
How does DDOT inform the community when a traffic safety investigation is happening, and how can residents track its progress and outcome?
For those who are interested, I would say, please look at our website. We show every single TSI that's in. We show which ones have been selected each quarter. We show which ones are being constructed, and we show which ones have been completed. So there's full, complete transparency about the work that we're doing. We also, every time we're doing a new TSI and the nature of the intervention requires it, we send out a notification to the ANC. And in some cases, we will be adding signage. Traditionally, we had not had the bandwidth to do that. Again, these are 1,000 a year. And so if it's a speed hump, we're not always, we're not going to put on door knockers and make calls to people for some of those interventions. But we are trying to add signage now so people know.
Copy. Could you walk me through the process of how DDOT determines where to place a dedicated bus lane and how our residents and businesses engage in the process?
Sure. So in a dedicated bus lane, I should say we look at priority bus lanes, and we have a map, and a lot of those coincidentally are on our high entry corridors, but they really are based on bus frequency, bus ridership. Where we put a dedicated lane, which is a painted red lane, because not every priority bus project has a dedicated lane. Sometimes we do other things to help speed it up, to improve loading, to rebalance where the bus stops are. But we are looking at, again, is a bus coming every 5 minutes? What is the percent of bus riders along the corridor? Are buses delayed because of whatever reason? So there's other criteria that we use. It's a higher threshold to actually get a dedicated lane.
Copy. Just a follow-up question as it relates to TSI. Sorry about that. How are they being prioritized specifically as it relates to around schools? Is there like a breakdown of schools?
Yeah, so one of the things that we modified this year was to add more weight if it's coming near a school. So it was really in 24. So if a school has one or more prioritized TSIs within 350 feet of the school, we're going to add all other non-prioritized TSIs within that space. So being near a school, first and foremost, in the model, it will rise to the top, and then any other TSI that's within the vicinity will get included when we do that work.
Copy. And my final question this round is what data is used to determine what traffic calming measures are installed, and how does DDOT balance safety with overall traffic flow? What other city agencies such as FAMS or MPD are involved in this process?
So how do we balance flow and safety interventions is, I guess, your first question. We have a model when we do projects. We look at the impact of the intervention. We call it our multimodal methods of effectiveness, it's MET. And it's actually now something that council has included in legislation and really supports our view of it. And we look at what the impact will be on all modes. We look at what the vehicular impact will be. That's something we always have done traditionally, level of service, but we also look at what's the impact for pedestrians, for transit, for bikers. And it is something that we evaluate so we understand if it's a trade-off that is merited.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I appreciate the question too, because it really gave us an opportunity for the director to highlight something that I think was really great collaboration with the council as DDOT's been working on revamping this, and it matched up really well with a council priority around prioritizing people and really thinking that through. So great example of some good collaboration, Director, and your team there. I want to note we've been joined by Councilmember Matt Fruman. I'm going to go to Councilmember Pinto, and then Councilmember Fruman will come to you right after that.
Great. Thanks so much, Chairman. So Director Dupont-Deckover, thank you again for reconfirming DDOT's commitments around some of the traffic mitigation for that project. The contract was awarded on February 5th. And so what progress has been made since then? What can we expect about construction actually beginning?
Sure, and we are very excited about this project as well. And it took a long time for us to get here. Once the contract is awarded, the contractor puts together a schedule, and that's sort of one of the key steps before we give them a notice to proceed. We have not gotten their specific schedule yet. They also need to find a workspace, and then we will have a public meeting where we will share what that schedule is, and we can talk more specifically about closures and other concerns related to the construction.
When is the schedule due to DDOT?
I am hopeful that we will get it within the next 6 weeks, and I'd like to just schedule the meeting. We can try to schedule it now for March, probably the end of March, and we'll have have more to share at that meeting. And I'm happy to give you a preview before then too.
Okay. One of the things we had talked about in the past was putting incentives in the contract to finish construction sooner. And hopefully start construction sooner would be a part of that calculation. And so it seems like we should have a deadline for when their schedule is actually due. Because as you know, there are so many stakeholders who have been waiting for over a year now to get the construction started. Because of all these delays in the contract. And so I just worry about getting into late March-ish, and then all of a sudden the April construction becomes May or June, and then we've, lost even more months.
Well, you're spot on. We did build in incentives to make sure that the construction does happen as rapidly as possible. So those have been really effective, and I'm confident that'll keep the contractor on track.
Can we try to pick a date though with the contractor that the schedule will be due?
I know that they have a window of 3 months. We've asked them to do it faster than that. So we'll keep pushing. I don't have anything more specific, and they're anxious to get started as well. I mean, we can circle back, but I pushing them on the date at this point. I'm happy to ask.
Thank you very much. We're worried also about some of the traffic implications around the deck over because of some other projects that are ongoing, like with the 22nd Street DC water work. As we try to mitigate some of those impacts, are you all working with DC Water on traffic control plans so that both projects can work in harmony as the 22nd Street mission continues?
Yes, absolutely. And there have been a number of other cases in the city when we have some utility work going on. We sit down and look at it, and sometimes we adjust our staging or ask them to adjust their staging. So that's something we will do.
Thank you. Can you provide an update on the Pennsylvania Avenue West Streetscape project and the Mount Zion Cemetery erosion and trail access projects? Where do both of those stand?
So Pennsylvania Avenue West was also recently awarded. I don't have a whole lot of other details beyond that. We are also, we're enthusiastic about all of our projects, but I don't know. And I was just going to pull up our website, but to see if there was anything else in terms of a detail of Penn West, in terms of the notice to proceed date, which is also what we're waiting for the deck over. And on the Mount Zion, I am not familiar with the latest on that. I know that there was a lot of concerns with the land use. And so I'm sorry, I'll have to follow up with you separately on that too.
Okay, I really appreciate that. This is one of those projects that we're also worried about preserving the historic site and making sure we're being respectful to the bodies who are buried there and dealing with the erosion. This is actually one of the very first issues that I became aware of when I was first elected in June of 2020. And so as we roll into spring of 2025, there's been a lot of steps along the way that DDOT has been helpful with the funding and the erosion and the kind of water trail off, but just want to make sure we're staying on track with ensuring that that site has what they need. In terms of some of the pedestrian safety issues, there are a number of different locations that I have questions about, but I want to focus on the safe routes to school and the pedestrian safety around some of our schools. I mentioned my appreciation for some of the progress on the Ross Safety Improvement Plan. There are still several remaining items to be completed in the Ross plan around daylighting improvements at R Street and New Hampshire Avenue to enhance the intersection visibility. Whereas, we had a young child who was hit there, and also some updates on safe routes to school around Seton Elementary. There's specifically need for improvements at 6th and Q, 7th and Q, and 9th and Q that many of the parents continue to raise concerns about.
So unfortunately, the amount of progress in 2024 on the 27 safe routes to schools was not sufficient and where it needed to be. We had a contract that took a lot longer to get set up than we had hoped for. And one of the goals of Safe Routes to School, and I think now that the contract's been awarded, you'll see this, is that we're doing a plan, and within a year, we're doing the installs too. And what you're experiencing is unfortunately what they all have, which is we have plans, we don't have the implementation done. But we have now pivoted, so starting this spring, we're finishing all of the 24 selected schools while we're doing the plans for the new 2025 schools. And we're just going to have to do a lot of catch up over the next year, but those are behind, but they're going to happen this year. And we're pushing hard.
And in terms of my questions about Ross and Seton, are the pieces of the Ross plan going to be part of that next installation? And is the Seton improvements on that schedule?
Yes, my understanding is that those projects for both schools will be moving forward this year.
Okay. Thank you. Let's talk about the automatic traffic enforcement, some of the red light cameras that we've been urging for quite a long time. So in terms of the Florida Avenue, has DDOT evaluated the need for an east-west traffic camera at this location? I know there's been a lot of back and forth on this. And has DDOT considered installing a red light camera on the left side of Logan Circle, which has been a kind of continued request?
Councilmember, I don't off the top of my head know the list of potential new locations and where they are at this point. So I do know that the team gets recommendations, and we definitely listen to Councilmember recommendations and do an assessment. But at this stage, in terms of what's ready to move and where they're going, I can't give you that detail. And if it wasn't put in, if you put a TSI in, or just at least let me know, I can make sure that it's flagged and being reviewed.
Okay, thank you. Let me see what I want to ask in these last couple of minutes. So we've heard reports, especially since there have been so many snow events lately, that DDOT clears protected bike lanes first, but then after DPW does their plows, which then pushes the snow and leaves back into the bike lanes. Is this something that you've heard about? And are we, if that's accurate, are we deploying a different strategy for the snow event that's likely coming this afternoon and evening and into tomorrow?
So that was a lesson learned from the last snow event, that we probably do need to stagger our clearing. And to be clear, both DPW and DDOT clear the roadways. We divide the city up into different zones. So we're both doing roadways. DDOT does bike lanes, and DPW does pedestrian bridges and sidewalks on bridges. So yes, we have learned that we need to make sure that we are not clearing a bike lane only to have then, when the road gets cleared, it go into the bike lane. So yes, we are staggering our work to make sure we avoid that. We start with trails, so we can get the trails done first where it's not conflicting, and then we'll get to the bike lanes as a slightly later step.
Okay, thank you. Has there been any additional progress or efforts around reciprocity for ticket enforcement with Maryland or Virginia?
My understanding is that has not been moving forward. That's bigger than DDOT, though. I know the former deputy mayor was looking into it. I don't think that there's been much progress. But I do want to answer your question about the notice to proceed for Mount Zion. It's actually February 21st, so it is around the corner.
Right, great. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Director, and thank you to your entire team as well for being so responsive to us, and look forward to another good year.
Thanks, Councilor Pinto. Let me turn to Councilor Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Allen. Great to see you, Director Kirschbaum. Thank you very much for your responsiveness always. I'm going to ask you about a couple of things that we've talked about and a couple of things that I have not given you a heads up about, but just have come up recently. One, the DuPont Echover, it was a dozen years ago that I met Mike Feldstein, who was beloved ANC commissioner pursuing this idea. And so the idea that it's coming is really exciting. I am curious about the schedule. You said a 3-month window. Is that a 3-month window for them to have a schedule or for them to complete the work?
Oh, so when we make a contract award, there's usually 3 months before you'll actually see construction starting. And within that 3-month window is when the contractor develops their schedule. They find a work office in the area, or staging space. And then that's also where we do a community meeting to review the schedule. So that's the 3-month window I'm talking about.
And so construction could start anytime in that 3-month window.
Well, the notice to proceed is the date that construction can start. So we want to review the schedule, we share the schedule with the community, and then we'll give them notice to proceed to start.
One thing that I don't want to make life more difficult for anyone, but World Pride is going to be here at when? In
May?
In May. And so I guess I would keep an eye on that.
Yes, we are actively involved and are keeping that in the forefront of our planning.
Okay. And Councilmember Pinto, if I slowed it by a month, I apologize, but one worries about that overlap of those.
Well, I was just sort of in general, I think it's important when people hear a contract's awarded that that's a 3-month window. We're trying to expedite it because this has been in the works for some time.
Wonderful. You had a back and forth about sidewalks. I want to pick up on sidewalks because in the discussion, you identified that a key issue is the criteria for when it's an emergency. And I think you showed me on your website, you have examples of what's an emergency and what's not. But if you could, someone pointed out that under the ADA, a 1/4 inch deviation is a violation, but our criteria for when it's an emergency is significantly different than that. Can you remind me ballpark of what kind of difference in height you need for it to be an emergency to go into that faster lane?
Our definition of an emergency is that it's impassable. And so if there is any sort of gap with the, 1 inch or 2 inches, but it's still passable, then we don't consider an emergency and we schedule it.
So I guess I wonder, in this push and pull, because there may be instances where it's an issue that's identified and there's going to be full work done eventually. And so why wait? And others where it feels like more of an emergency and you shouldn't have to wait. It seems like that's the place where there should be a discussion, your definition of when there's an emergency. Have you engaged the public in a conversation about what qualifies as an emergency to get into that faster lane? Is that a thing we could do?
I mean, we've heard from the public that people would like, if it's a 2-inch gap, that we should be taking immediate action. I know that that's what people want. I don't, with my existing resources, that is just not realistic. I mean, I would love to have perfect, pristine sidewalks too, but the shift and the trade-offs to move money to do that is not something that I can do.
No, I hear you. But when it's a 2-inch gap, you can understand how people really feel like that's a tripping hazard. So it's in that zone that I hope there can be further discussion. And maybe it takes more resources to get at some of these things that to the eye of the public feel like that's a serious tripping hazard and should be treated as an emergency, but that you're not treating it as an emergency now. Just offer it as
yeah, no, I agree. I think you're spot on with where the rub is. And I appreciate that you mentioned our website does have images. And I think that might be helpful for people to understand what our thinking is in terms of how we prioritize.
Okay, so somebody sent me, I guess in your pre-hearing answers about the Canal Road Slope Stabilization Project. And it reads, DDOT is in the process of coordinating with the National Park Service to sign a special use permit to perform geotechnical investigation. DDOT is also coordinating with the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority to get a permit to perform a survey and geotechnical investigation. WMATA will not give us this permit unless they transfer the land to us, including the Foundry Bridge. DDOT opposes this transfer and is in the process of coordination with Georgetown University to receive a permit to perform a survey and geotechnical investigation. Is WMATA, explain that to me. Where are we on this? Do you need WMATA's permission, or are you working around WMATA by working with Georgetown?
I am not able to go deep on the status of that and what's needed. I do know that there's a need to do some shoring up along the Canal Road, and there's actually 2 segments of Canal Road, and one of them is near Georgetown's campus, and so those have been part of our budget ask to help support it. But in terms of some of those other land issues, I can't go deep at this time. I'm happy to follow up.
I mean, that's a thing I will want to follow up with you about. And then just another follow-up is, you and I both get emails often about 34th Street, Ordway, Newark. And I think where you are now is you're reluctant to do anything specific on those intersections but you would do a broader look at Reno Road, and that would be part of it. And I hear you, and that's telling the community that feels like there's a very dangerous situation today, that it has to wait until a broader look can happen. That might be an acceptable outcome if the broader look happened relatively soon. Any sense of when that might be possible and what I can do to help you make that happen sooner?
I'm well aware of the residents' concern along the 34th Street corridor, and particularly around Eaton Elementary. We did select Eaton as a safe routes to school. We did a number of interventions, and we are actually there's one remaining that's the one-way conversion of Lowell. And so I'm very optimistic that that'll have a big impact. I am driven and I prioritize based on data and where the crash data is. And so we have tried to not let sort of mobilized communities be sort of the sole driver of where we do our work. And so while 34th Street, there are improvements and we can do a lot to slow it down, it's first and foremost, it's not a quick fix. I think people think just throw up a, always stop sign at this intersection, that'll fix it. We do need to look at the 34th Street segment in full. And we have it on our list. It's something we know that is needed, but we have a lot of intersections where we do have higher levels of crashes and roadway configuration challenges. And so I'm going to have to continue to let our model prioritize where we go, because I think it's a sound one. So it is in the queue. And I'm hopeful that in the next year or two, we'll be able to do a deeper look on it. But I'm not going to drop the other critical priorities to just get to it.
Yeah, I wouldn't ask you to drop other critical priorities. I mean, there are cars that run up onto the sidewalk and crash into trees, and I think in one case a house. I mean, it's hard for me to understand how it could not pop up pretty high in your model, given I don't hear about that in very many places, but that's a place that it has happened 2 or 3 times in the last 6 months or so. So that's an issue.
Yeah. And when you give an example, and I've seen photos, somebody is driving so recklessly and at such speed that they're driving into a yard or into a bus shelter. That to me is not that there is something inherently flawed with the roadway configuration, but that is an incredibly reckless driver. And so there are always improvements that we can make. But on the high injury network, we have a volume of crashes and speeds that need to take priority over ones where you have, again, a handful of very problematic drivers that is causing the concern, but that the roadway itself, may not be configured in a way that's inherently unsafe. And so, yes, I know about those problematic drivers, and they are incredibly frustrating to me too. And I get the frustration and anger. And we will look at 34th Street, but again, that 34th Street corridor, it's not one of our 28 high injury networks corridors, and we haven't gotten to all of those.
All right, I think my time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councilor Freeman. We've also been joined by Councilor Lewis George. So let me turn to Councilor Lewis George for a round. We're doing 10-minute rounds, Councilor.
Do I get 2 minutes for my opening? It's very
Yeah,
short.
We're gracious here.
All right.
Maybe a minute and a half on top of the
Thank you.
10. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chairperson Allen, thank you for conducting this hearing in your committee. I want to begin by thanking Director Kirschbaum and the entire DDOT staff for their work over the past 12 months. In the last year, DDOT has been a reliable partner for our work in the community, attending our Ward 4 Care Days and constituent services pop-ups, convening regular community engagement meetings on critical traffic safety issues, and supporting incredible community activations like Open Streets DC. DDOT does so much to keep this city safe and moving, and I look forward to continuing this partnership in the year ahead. I also want to thank all of our public witnesses, especially the Ward 4 residents who care deeply about the safety and effectiveness of DC's roads, and who took the time out of their days to make their voices heard during public testimony last week. We had the opportunity to listen in and take notes, and that will guide our work as we move forward throughout this year. My questions today focus on several active and pending DDOT projects in Ward 4 and several areas of concern I have heard raised by community members over the past 12 months. These include safety around schools, including availability of crossing guards, the traffic safety input system, and supporting public transportation throughout our district. First, Director, I want to start with some ongoing DDOT projects in Ward 4. Noting that you can't get into granular in detail, but just sort of a short end update on where we are with those projects and what I could expect. In December, DDOT presented the Ward 4 community with the final design for Grant Circle traffic safety project. Can you share when construction is expected to begin, when we can expect this project to be completed?
First, welcome back.
Thank
Councilor
you.
George. Good to see you and congratulations on
Thank
your
you.
new addition. Yes, the Grand Circle project, we have done a final presentation, as you mentioned, with 65% design. We are reviewing some last minute tweaks for the project, but the next phase is going to be procurement and construction, and we are scheduling construction for this summer.
Okay. So construction sometime summer 2025.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any way to move that up?
Honestly, the temperatures really do push our construction season quite a bit. And so we wouldn't do anything until April at the best. And if we can get it moving faster, we will. We know it's an important project.
Got it. You've noted it's an important project, and the sooner we can start the work, the sooner we can have some peace of mind for community members who have dealt with a number of crashes due to the issues presented there. The completion of the Metro Branch Trail, which we're also really excited about, our portion in the Ward 4 side. I know construction has begun because I can see it and experience it every day. What's the completion date for the Metro Branch Trail for the Ward 4 side?
I don't know. I know we have 2 or 3 remaining phases, and I don't have those dates in front of me. I'm actually was going to just look on the website because we do have it up there.
I'm going to just tell you the 3, and then we'll go to the next part, which is Metro Branch Trail, the rehabilitation of the Eastern Avenue Northeast project, and then reconstruction of Kennedy Street Northwest.
Okay.
And if you can get back, somebody can look it up while we're doing this, that would be great.
Okay.
My other issue is construction and what's happening. So when DDOT conducts work in DC neighborhoods, I think it's critical that neighbors are kept in the loop and disruptions are minimized. And we're dealing with the issue where community members sort of deserve certain things like clear markings and construction zones, traffic controls in place, coordination with residents, utilities, and reliable updates on the status of work. Can you speak about how multi-effort construction projects are managed when they take place in DC communities? Like who in DDOT is doing that management? Because right now it's become such a Herculean task for me as construction is happening all around the ward. And I'm going to DDOT because I'm like, first of all, who's doing it? Is this DC Water? Is this Pepco? Is this Washington Gas? Is this DDOT? Is this a government agency that DDOT knows about? Like, where is this centered? and who's responsible and how can we improve these efforts?
Right. And I know there've been a few examples of multiple utilities that are it's all happening at the same time.
Mhm.
And I think, that unfortunately every one of our utilities has a major infrastructure project going. DC Plug with Pepco is actually one that we do manage and we're doing the
Right,
work. So
that's
we're on
right.
top of those, but between DC Water and Washington Gas, we really do struggle with the amount of excavations that are happening. And I'll tell you, we've made a number of pivots when we do know that there's multiple efforts going on in the
Yeah.
vicinity. DDOT has been very quick to try to move where we're working to try to avoid having multiple closures in the same vicinity. All of the utilities do get permits through us, and that is how we have visibility about those projects. We actually do are responsible for oversight and make sure that there's compliance, because
Right.
sometimes the issue is that the accessible sidewalks or roadways are not open, and so we have a 311 system. We have proactive inspections that we do, but now we have a 311 for our public space inspections. And so we are holding utilities accountable when they are not complying with the terms. And so I think we've actually done a pretty good job this year, and we do issue stop work orders, and they're very responsive to that to make sure that they both have flaggers, that they have
Yeah.
accessible spaces. But if there are things that are happening that we're not aware of, and especially if they're closing up the excavation at night and it's done poorly, like they're not securing
Right.
the space, let us know. I mean, we have 24 hour.
Really, who in DDOT is responsible for that?
So our public space inspection team.
Public space inspection
And
team.
they're
Okay.
on 24 hours. And so in the middle of the night, if someone's saying, I can hear the steel plate banging around every time
Right,
a
that's
truck
right.
goes over it, we can look to see who's doing the work there, and we reach out, and the permittee has, I think it's 24 hours, or maybe it's even tighter, to come and
Okay.
mediate the problem.
And we can make those and 311 is where we can make
Yes.
those
You can-
things.
Yes, and those things are monitored quickly. They don't go through a long
Okay.
process. The team
Got
gets
it.
them right away.
All right. I want to talk to you more about that because we have to find some solution. I didn't know if we should be DMWA or somebody should be taking responsibility for coordinating efforts across the board. Like there needs to be someone doing some mass coordinating of utilities and DDOT projects, et cetera, at the same time, because Ward 4 is being hammered and I'm looked at as responsible for the coordination, which I cannot do, but I need to know that either DDOT is doing it or there needs to be some DMWA person making that happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's DDOT. And we are responsible for making sure those things do get coordinated.
Yeah.
In some cases, we try to align the work, which is painful in the short term because it prolongs it, but then it's just like digging it up once. But it
Yeah.
does mean that if we can get Washington Gas out of the way and then water before we pave it, we'll try to coordinate it. But let us know, and then we can elevate it. There is no
Okay.
DMWA these days, but we can elevate it if we are not getting enough response.
Got it. The areas where I was most frustrated or disappointed this year, school crossing guards. We started the school year, and we had so many schools saying, we don't have our crossing guards there yet. You all were communicating, so it wasn't a transparency issue. It wasn't a communication issue. It's just that what was being communicated to me, I did not like, nor did my community, which was we're training DDOT crossing guards. You'll have one by October. October was delayed. Now we're having one by December. We dealt with that for a number of schools in Ward 4. And so I guess my question is, what are we doing? Why? Because we had that and then Shepherd, I think elementary got theirs moved and we had to put them back. Capital City Charter School was waiting for one until December. The school year started in August. What is taking so long, and what are we doing to ensure that next year the first day of school is not here and there's not crossing guards in place at all of our schools?
So, Councilmember, I think the only person more upset than you and the parents about not having a crossing guard at every school is me, at every post. We do have them at every school, but not at every post. We have 38 vacancies. I think part of our challenge is both filling the positions and retention. So when we said we're going to have a new cohort this fall, we also lost a number of positions along the way. And then the new folks coming on board backfill those. So the vacancies were prolonged. We try to backfill with TCOs where we can, but we just know that there is a shortage. We not only do we have posts that are assigned that are vacant, we also have a waiting list. So again, we know this is a big problem.
Right, there, right.
Here's
yeah.
what we've been doing really robust recruiting. Our challenge is not that we don't have interest. It's that we are losing people throughout the suitability screening process. But there's two things we're trying to do to help fix, at least on the retention front. We are asking safety techs, and this will be for this upcoming school year, where are your preferred locations? We had previously had our map of where we need to have them, and we assign folks to each one. If there is an area that people would prefer to be, sometimes they're tied to a school or a neighborhood, we're hopeful that that might help with retention. So that is something that we're going to try over the summer, so at least we'll have less turnover. The other thing that we're working on is a volunteer program with DCPS. We know that there's already a pool of volunteers who have gone through the suitability screening and background checks, and we are working with them to see if we can use the volunteers to help backfill some gaps. Again, it's not perfect. We would rather have full-time staff there, but we think that might help address some of the vacancies.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, is it because you guys are those still part-time positions? And so that's what's making it hard for you to retain people for that position?
So the nature of the role, it is part-time. We actually have some that are at 4 hours, some that are at 6 hours, 2 in the morning,
Yeah.
3 in the morning. I think there is a sweet spot of people who want that kind of flexibility. We have folks who are retirees who, only want to be busy part of the day. We have people that are students in grad school or college that want to make some money or have other jobs. So I think when they're applying, they know that it's part-time. I don't think that's the reason why we don't have retention. Again, I think it's hard to fill them because of the suitability screening. And I do think that if we can see if the preference in terms of geography, that might help with retention.
That will help. Okay. There's the quantity issue and then there's the quality issue, because I've also received complaints from certain schools about traffic safety who may not be on time to their post or, which has come with one of our schools particularly. And then just making sure that they're there on time and doing this stuff. What is the supervisory part of that role?
So
do you have somebody in a supervisory part?
Yes.
I don't even know how you could supervise that many posts.
Right.
I'm over time. Sorry.
Okay, if I may just answer, because it had been a big challenge. In the old days, we literally had supervisors that were driving around to confirm that people are on their post. We actually have a new app that lets us confirm remotely if the crossing guard is at their post at the time. So we can see remotely, and it's actually been a really invaluable tool. And then it helps us in terms of accountability and manage staff if we know they're not there.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
I'm actually going to pick up on this topic. I know Councilmember Henderson, we had a conversation about this earlier, and I was going to come back to it later, but let me just jump in now. One of the things that felt like was, let's just say the part that wasn't said, and that is you are recruiting from events. You are finding people that are interested in the job. And as you bring in candidates, it is the screening process that is, would it be fair to characterize as, at least for a group of otherwise qualified candidates, it is the lone factor that is preventing those individuals from moving forward?
Yes, and I can say about 43% failed the drug test.
Yep. And so, and I want to be clear for the public to understand what we're talking about as well. So but correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm misstating any of this, please, Director. That what we're talking about is because a crossing guard, a safety tech, qualifies under the safety sensitive position, it means that if there is a test for any cannabis use, they immediately fail a drug test. And of course, because testing for cannabis is not the same thing as testing for alcohol, which detects it in the system at that moment. Cannabis, someone could have consumed with a medical marijuana license a week ago, but they'll still come back testing positive, and that means they no longer are eligible for this position. Is that correct?
So if there is a medical license, I'm not sure if there's a carve out, but I can tell you that in general, if they're testing positive for cannabis, then it's flagging as a positive test.
Right. And one of the limitations of testing for cannabis is that it is very different than what people might be more familiar with, which is a testing for a substance that is actively in your system. I know if it is 43%, I mean, I think Councilor Lewis George is correct in what she feels in her ward. I know I feel it in mine, in many others, that we greatly need these positions filled. If we need to work collaboratively to make any type of change to the legislation that puts safety first and foremost, but also allows us to make sure we're being thoughtful and measured in how we make sure we're not kicking out 43% of people that are otherwise completely qualified and ready to go. I want to help you fill these positions. And so if you and the administration have an idea to propose, please consider me a willing partner in trying to figure out a solution. If we need to work to put something together, we can all be on the same page from the beginning. I'm happy to work with you on that. But I think every council member you talk to up here is going to say, how can I get more crossing guards? And if you can help us diagnose a challenge and a barrier, let's work together to figure out how to get over it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. On the issue of our Better Bus implementation, we talked about that a little bit earlier. We are a couple of months away from WMATA implementing their Better Bus network. DDOT has a challenge in that while WMATA runs the buses, you're the ones that actually mark the parking restrictions, the bus stops, the signage that goes with it. So how are we expediting, because you're going to have to do all of this in the next couple of months. How are you getting those bus routes and stops identified? And on top of that, I've got routes that no longer exist, stops that no longer exist, but there's still a bus stop and parking restrictions. I can think of East Capitol Street, for example, where we had talked about this one before, and understandably, we wanted to wait till the Better Bus decisions were made. But now that there will not be a bus route running there, I've got big chunks where we'd love to get some RPP parking back on there. How are you approaching this, and how do you think you're going to tackle this in the next couple of months?
So we are working very closely with WMATA on their rollout and have been asking them, and finally did receive a list of adjustments in terms of new bus shelters, different locations. We probably have about 500 requested changes. That includes adjusting the stop bar arm at stop signs because there are some tight turns that are needed, parking changes that are tied to new bus stops, signals and signal modification to help facilitate bus movements, sometimes street directionality changes to help facilitate new bus routes. So there's a long list of asks. We know that this is all going to go live July 1st, and we have already shared that we are probably not going to get them all done by then. So we've prioritized their requests and are making those that we need to. We actually have a bunch of notice of intent that we're sending out to ANCs very shortly that will cover many of these. And I do want to say that these are really being driven by the WMATA changes. So we may get some pushback and frustration because it might mean that parking gets adjusted or so we are going to obviously pull WMATA in and jointly present at those ANC meetings so people understand sort of the genesis of the asks.
I think the faster we can get out with information about the changes, the better. I think most of the ward council members, at least, and some of my at-large colleagues also deeply engaged with WMATA on the Better Bus process itself. So I think we can, consider, I think this could be the type of thing where the city needs to pull together in one voice. So having both the executive and legislative branches trying to help get that word out, let us know.
Right.
The 500 you mentioned, are those the 500 changes to the new routes, or is that inclusive of essentially, like, let's use an example of a bus stop that's going to go away? Would that be factored into the total 500, or is the 500 just for the new routes?
So the 500 are all the changes based on new, but it could be a change because we will no longer have a bus shelter here. So that would be a removal. So it's sort of the comprehensive list of all modifications needed.
Okay. And from a budgeting perspective, do you have all the budget you need to make sure that you can make those changes?
So we think that it's going to be about $1 million to implement the changes, which is why we're not going to be able to get it all done quickly. And we are going to have to stretch with our internal budget to try to find ways to do it. We were not given additional resources.
Okay. Perhaps we could talk to WMATA, like it's $1 million discount, perhaps.
That
Since we're
seems
having to
likely.
spend money. I want to follow up on a conversation we were having earlier as well around the bus shelters. So we talked about this last year. DDOT's planning to change the agreement so it will cover more shelters, more bus shelters. It does feel like a little bit of the same conversation we had last year, though, where I think in our discussion you had said that DDOT was in the process of winding down the contract, which I heard a little bit of repeated today. When does the contract end that we're currently under that has the cap?
Sure, that is December 2025. So.
Okay. And you are in current negotiations for a renewed contract, an extended contract?
So we are finalizing the requirements, and it's actually, it's not really a contract. It's a different kind of agreement because we are not paying. They are getting ad revenue. So it's a different type of agreement than typical contract. But that should be hitting the streets probably within the next few weeks.
Is it out as an RFP or is it with the current vendor or current, contractual relationship?
It'll be we're doing a whole new,
Okay.
It's like a solicitation. Again, it's not a typical contract because we're not paying money upfront for it, but we are looking for competition.
Got it. Okay. We've said this at the beginning, DDOT does more than roads. So let me turn to the Urban Forestry Administration for a moment. We love our trees. In FY23, there were 28 heritage and 53 special trees that were removed without a permit for a total of 81 protected trees removed without a permit. However, in response, DDOT initiated 17 enforcement actions. So the numbers I'm focusing here are 81 trees removed without a permit, 17 enforcement actions. The next fiscal year, there were a total of 62 illegally removed trees, which led to 7 enforcement actions. I'm trying to understand the disparity between that. It could be because one enforcement action covered multiple trees, but why do I see a larger number of trees being removed and a much smaller number of enforcement actions taken?
That is an excellent question. And unfortunately, I am not equipped to give you an answer, but I'm happy to follow up with you on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. How many vacant FTEs do we have in urban forestry right now?
I do not have that number.
Okay, I believe we have 4 vacant FTEs, but if you
Okay.
could confirm that.
Okay.
Are we holding any of those FTEs vacant or are they all being looked to be filled?
We are looking to fill. Those are capital funded. We can fill those.
Okay. And do you have a sense of what the caseload is? So when the permits come in for, let's say, a special tree, people are coming in to apply for a permit to be able to take one down. What's the caseload? Do you have dedicated permit specialists that are working on that? Or is it something that your arborists are handling both permit applications as well as their arbor work?
I do know that our arborists, they're ward-based and they would be able to, they're handling both permit requests and other responsibilities in terms of tree maintenance. I do not think, if your question is, are we in do we have a deficit of support? Do we need supplemental support? That team does superlative work. They maximize technology. I am not worried about them being able to meet all of their demands. I think we are in really good shape.
Okay, even with the current vacancies?
Even with the current vacancies.
Okay, so the additional vacancies, assuming we can fill those positions, which we certainly hope we can, that'll just increase capacity from what we already have, but we're
Yes.
able to manage what we have right now.
I don't know if things have even slowed down. They may have.
Got it. Okay. I know I'm over time for this round, so let's go one more round through our witnesses. So I don't think Councilmember Henderson is here. So let me go to Councilmember Felder next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, my next set of questions are regarding bike lane placements and practicality. How does DDOT determine where to place a bike lane?
Well, Councilmember, we put bike lanes in a number of different areas for different reasons. So I know we've talked about Minnesota Avenue. The driver on Minnesota Avenue was to do a road diet with something that we thought would be flexible, and again, allow for emergency vehicles to get through. There are other times where it is part of our bike network. We're in the process of refreshing that network. The goal is not to put a bike lane everywhere. We are looking at our entire street system, and we're building out a network for our bikes, a network for our freight, a network for our transit. And quite frankly, we're going to need a network where vehicles that need to come in, that can carry large volumes to come in downtown and to be able to leave at rush hours. So we're being strategic about where we put the bike lanes, and it's where we have gaps and where we need them.
Have you, since being in this role, has your agency ever had to remove a bike lane?
I don't know. I don't think we have removed a bike lane.
Okay. How does DDOT evaluate whether existing bike lanes are being used as intended, and what steps are being taken if they prove to be unutilized?
Well, we actually do have new technology. It's imperfect, but we are able to see where we have concentration of riders. And so we are taking a look. And I'll tell you, I think over the next year and a half, while we're waiting for the new bike plan to get done, we're doing a look at all of our existing infrastructure. And if there's some that's not performing as intended or it wasn't done right, we're going to take a look. And if that means digging it up, and if it means redoing it or not, we're open to doing that.
Thank you, Director. Earlier, we heard from a public witness by the name of Heather Foote, who serves on the DC Pedestrian Advisory Council. Could you share how many Ward 7 residents, if any, serve on that council?
I don't know how many are on her council, but she's better equipped to answer.
And how does DDOT select its contractors for infrastructure projects?
We do a competitive process. Unlike, we often have just full and open competition for large projects. We also have a schedule, of architecture and engineering schedule that allows us to have sort of pre-approved. They do a request for qualifications up front. So we have a list of approved vendors. And so for some of the smaller projects, we tend to pull from that list.
What oversight measures are in place to ensure contractors meet quality standard, deadlines, and community expectations?
We, on the front end, I think the selection process is pretty rigorous in terms of what OCP directs us to do, in terms of past performance and quality. And then on the back end, our contract administrators are responsible for making sure that the vendors are meeting the terms of the contract before they make invoice payments. So there's a couple of bites at the apple. And then one thing that we do internally, for a lot of our projects, actually, we're doing this more consistently. We have reviews sort of 6 weeks after the project's installed, and then 6 months after the project's installed, where our staff will come and just evaluate the project and see where things aren't working as intended, something that might have been missed. And so I think that's also another way. We also talk to the community when it's been installed to see if there's anything we've missed, and then we try to make adjustments.
Thank you, Director. That concludes my questions. But Mr. Chairman, before I hand it over to you, I will say when we first started this hearing, I said to you, I said, you're the only director that I have had an opportunity to ask questions thus far who manages a big agency, and you're by yourself. And I said, if that's a good thing or a bad thing, and today was a good thing. So I appreciate you for your preparedness. And I definitely look forward to continue to work with members of DDOT so we can get some of these Ward 7 issues addressed and restore public trust where it may be damaged. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Looking forward to working with you too.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. I think, let me see if Councilor Pinto was still here. She'd been in our lineup earlier. I don't think Councilor Parker's back. All right, Councilor Lewis George, we'll turn back to you.
Thank you, Director in addition to the school crossing guards, the other thing that made me most upset this year, along with my wonderful constituents, was the traffic safety input system that was down for several months last summer. While existing feedback, I think, was processed and selected for prioritization is what we were told. Can you explain what caused this lapse in services and if that is something we should expect? Like, are you all going to pause every summer to do the prioritization, or this was a one-off situation that we won't see happen again summer 2025?
So what happened last summer, we had set a goal of doing 800 TSIs. We had actually already constructed the full, or we had them in the plans, but we didn't select another batch for the fiscal year. So the TSIs were always being done. We were always we were choosing them or we were installing them. The reason we didn't pick an additional batch in the fourth quarter was, again, we had already hit the goal of 800. So we were waiting for those last bounds to get put in, and then we were going to pick up in the beginning of the next fiscal year. We didn't want to keep having more work that, we wanted to catch up on the work. I mentioned earlier that our TSI team is down staff. We are probably down about a third.
Okay.
And so we will also struggle to get done our commitment. We're going to continue to select, we're going to continue to build, but the pace might go a little slower. And I had shared, it is a very challenging job to fill in terms of technical skills, and the demands and pressure are very high. And so it's just really hard to attract people.
Okay. That's causing me heartburn because I guess I still don't understand the TSI. I understand how it works. Well, I have a question. The prioritization model that you all use seems to have all these varying factors. I know the list of factors, that you have to consider. Some of them I can consider to be maybe competing factors. So you put the TSIs in this prioritization ball and then they come out. You all are doing 800 total. And of that 800, you balance them out per ward, am I right? Like you do a certain amount per ward?
We actually are not evenly distributed by ward. We make sure that every ward gets a base number, and then we look at what else is in the queue. This is really to address the past problem, which was there were communities where they put in a significant number of TSIs.
I know, Ward 4 was the number one sender.
And they were fantastic at mobilizing. And in essence, the squeaky wheels got all the attention. And then the work was being done in areas that didn't necessarily have the highest need. And the areas that had highest crash, highest problematic intersections had the least amount of work being done. And so this is our way of adjusting that. So we are putting the resources where it's most needed. And you're right. So Ward 4 went.
So we hate it. Ward 4 hates this new model. I got to be honest. We hate it because we went from getting traffic safety improvements to not getting traffic safety improvements. I wouldn't say not any, but not to the demand that is necessary for and it's not about like just getting them to get them. Like the idea is we're solving a traffic safety issue that could be resulting in the extreme human life, in the minimal crashes. And so I guess I don't like that we're limited to 800, and I don't like the ball that we're putting in. I call it the equity ball. Sorry, the equity ball that's put in place. And what is the equity ball? Are the equity ball a group of people?
No, well,
or is it like a AI generator?
No. Well, it's a methodology to prioritize based on risk and safety. So let me just tell you, we look at crash patterns. Okay, we look at where the vulnerable road users are. So a location that has a school nearby or a transit stop nearby or a park nearby. We look at roadway characteristics. Are there some blind spots? Are there curves or hills that make it difficult to see? Then we do look at race and equity as really a factor of who is using transit, who's using the roads in a different way, because they're not all going to be sitting in cars. And then the Vision Zero, if it's on a high entry network. It is, to me, the most fair way for us to prioritize our work. And I really do stand by this. We are removing subjectivity from it. But let me just say, to be clear, so Ward 4 put in 1,100 TSIs since this program started, and we've done 530. So we have done, you're probably number 3 in terms of the most TSIs getting done of all wards. So it's not like we're ignoring you. You're still having a lot of activity done, but they're being done in locations where it's most needed. I also just need to put TSIs in context of everything else we do. TSIs are not our safe routes to school. We have, in addition to the high entry network and the key intersections, we have our annual safety improvement projects. We have all these other things where we are proactively picking areas. So Ward 4 is getting a lot of attention. TSIs are local road calming. Okay, this is not where life and death is happening. We can always make an intersection better and safer, but we need to keep our eye on the things that really turn the dial when it comes to high injury crashes. And it's not these TSIs. They're getting done through our other programs.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying. I guess I guess could the number 800 be increased to 1,200?
Well, I'll say 800 is our commitment. We did more like 1,000. Would, at this pace, with the staffing where it is, it's not going to happen in fiscal year 25. And if you're asking, should I move money from my other programs into this to do more? I would say, no, I'm not going to do that, because our other programs are really turning the dial. And we have data that's showing that high entry network, 25 to 75% reduction in crashes. And those are frequent crashes. The TSIs, again, it's like,
well, for us, it's like we have, so if you consider TSIs, you would consider that speed bumps, our never-ending requests that I never get, which are my sidewalk raises that you always all say no to, my raised crosswalks, my 4-way stop signs, and speed bumps in general. That's what I would consider to be sort of on the TSI list. Would you agree that like that's the TSI?
Sweet, yeah. I mean, they're also, we do pavement markings, we do
And pavement markings and rollouts, et cetera. But that's the majority of asks. Like we have a bunch of 2-way stops in Ward 4 because when it was originated, we never considered the population would be that large from a city planning perspective. And now, so have an ignorant amount of speed hump requests, raised crosswalk requests, and I'm missing one, but I guess, so for me, it's like a question of getting those done. And then are stoplights considered, you do consider the stoplight request to be under TSI, or what program would the stoplights be?
No, I mean, a signal request could come in through a TSI, but those are gonna get routed. Those are a bigger ask. So the TSI team wouldn't do that work.
Okay.
But I do want to say just one other piece in terms of capacity. We have a number of TSI requests that, first of all, they come in and they're really more of a maintenance request. So if there's a sign that's missing or a crosswalk is faded, we route those directly to the maintenance teams and those get done quickly. So those are not chewing up.
Don't worry. I think Terry Lynch will take care of all of those for the entire. Thank you for your service, Mr. Lynch.
But even when it comes to like new pavement markings and crosswalk daylighting, and it's like there's an additional flex post needed, we are also just routing those quickly to some teams to get done. So not everything that's coming through is going to have to go through this prioritization process. We're trying to find out ways to get some simple stuff out of that ask. If it is a TSI, even something that's a 2-way to a 4-way stop sign, there are traffic engineering implications, and it does require sort of a more technical look at it. So it's kind of some technical need, super simple. We're trying to find other teams to get those done more quickly.
Is there a way, I guess, to improve the transparency of this? I just, because my ANC commissioners, many of them run for ANC and their number one issue, and I'm doing one-on-ones with all my ANCs right now. The overwhelming majority of them, one of their number one issues is improving traffic safety. And I guess they're concerned that, I guess they're putting in they're going to put in the 311 and it'll be a TSI, but then like, that's it. It just goes into the ether. And I guess until you release your list for the quarter, no one knows if they got considered or they weren't considered, or, I mean, there has to be something that my ANC commissioners aren't putting through when requesting TS, and that are becoming, I guess, the TSIs, and they're just going into the ether, and then I'll tell them, I don't know where you're going to end up in the equity ball, but we'll find out.
The prioritization ball. So
The prioritization ball, sorry.
And I want to separate out transparency. I do think that we are very transparent about what the model is and which ones are getting selected. Anything that's not selected, it stays in the mix. And again, over time, eventually, if your intersection is rated, 1,300 out of the 7,000, like eventually we'll get to it, right? So it's always going to be in the mix.
But how do they, if I'm an ANC commissioner, I have a 2-year term, and my job is to get the stop signs at 5th and whatever. All you can say to your constituents is, well, I put in the request is sitting there.
It's waiting until it comes to the top.
And it could happen in the next 2 years. It could happen in the next 4 years. It could happen in the next 6 months. I can't tell you anything, but the request is in.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
I am sympathetic. I understand, and I get the frustration, right? I have to have a citywide view of it, though. And I get that is the opposite of an ANC who is very focused on their footprint of the blocks that they cover. And yet I can't go back to the old way of letting the loudest voice control where we go. Now, there's something that we're going to be rolling out soon, right? Because a lot of what people's frustration is really directed at driver behavior. So
Yes.
sometimes a 4-way stop is not going to make it any better if it's someone who is like blatantly not going to comply. We are looking to have some signs that we actually think will remind people, sort of a drive like your kid, plays here, like things that we think will change behavior. And we're working with the Highway Safety Office. We encourage for ANCs who feel like they want to do something, like do a campaign to get those signs up, because we think that those are good reminders. We're trying to figure out and the Highway Safety Office is another good place to start in terms of some outreach on on driver behavior. They have some fantastic campaigns. So there's other ways where they can take their energy to do something, but I can't with traffic engineering tools just blast it to meet what everybody wants. Like, we've got to prioritize them. And at the end of the day, I have to stay focused on the highest needs. And those aren't even in TSIs. They're in our proactive programs.
Thanks, Director. Thanks, Councilmember.
Okay.
I want to spend a second talking about some of the interagency collaboration that DDOT does. This issue comes up from time to time when the city is working on a school modernization. So I'm going to use a specific example right now. So Brent Elementary in Ward 6 is about to go through a modernization. And two things that the SIT team seems to struggle with, and DCPS doesn't necessarily take the lead in actually reaching out to sister agencies. For example, the school has to do a bus staging area so that the kids are dropped off and they're going to go up to their swing space. But the location where they want to stage the buses is actually on X Park. I know you know the neighborhood well, so you know where X Park is, and you know the road that goes between the parks. It's not residential, but it actually is signed to allow for residential parking. The ANC supports letting that be the staging area, which would require DDOT to work on some signage changes to allow DCPS buses to come park there and load in the morning and then again at the afternoon, rather than put them into the neighborhood and on a construction site. We're having a problem where DCPS just looks at the sign and says, well, but the sign says it's RPP, so we can't put a bus there. But they don't actually pick up the phone and call DDOT to say, can we work on a solution that does that? We also have at the corner of 3rd and North Carolina, where DDOT actually partnered really well with the community. There's the large planters there that cut off one of the slip lanes. And as part of the modernization, the SIT team is saying, wouldn't this be a great opportunity for us to actually harden that corner there so we don't just have planters, but we actually create the brick sidewalk or the space there. Again, DCPS doesn't pick up the phone and call DDOT. How can we do a better job of coordination of that? And you may not have the answers sitting right here, but can I ask your commitment that we work after the hearing to address those two issues, for example, to try to work with the school community with the interagency way?
Absolutely. And I'm really glad if you can help connect those dots. We do have a strong connection with various schools while we're doing Safe Routes to School program or on the school parking. So I'm sorry that they don't feel like they're clear on the front door. But please make sure that you connect us, because those are exactly the kinds of projects we can help with.
Yep. And I've always found the agencies to be willing to collaborate once they get connected. It sometimes just feels like a hurdle to get over to do the connection. So we'll follow up on that related to Brent. Earlier, I did want to speak to this, and I'm sorry that my colleague left because I wanted to address it while he was here. I got to respectfully disagree with a statement one of my colleagues made, which was saying that DDOT does not take into consideration community feedback. Instead, it is a statement. I don't believe that's true. I will certainly be frustrated with you and with the department because maybe you didn't take as much feedback as I wanted, or you took feedback as somebody different, had a different perspective than myself. But it kind of reminded me of your confirmation hearing, to be honest, where I had some people that came in, both testified against your nomination because they disliked a decision that DDOT made. And I had somebody else who came in and said they were testifying in support of your nomination. I remember asking, well, but that's because the director agreed with the decision that you wanted. Had DDOT made a different decision, would you be here in support of the nomination? They said, absolutely not. That's not the way this works. And I think you did a great job of responding to that, that yes, not just you, but your staff too, we're not going to agree 100% all the time. I do think we heard during the public testimony a lot of frustration of people feeling like they were reaching out. They don't always necessarily feel heard. And I think that's a good thing to hear feedback on, to know that we're always trying to find out why, work on improving the communication, make sure people feel heard and respected, even if the answer is no. But I thought your answer was a very strong and good one, recognizing you're not going to have our people that agree 100% of a project, but you work to take that feedback. So let's just jump into right one of those. So for the final design of Connecticut Avenue, you got the lead in. You know where I was going? Yeah. Will a final design for Connecticut Avenue Northwest be included as part of our updated Move DC? Is it going to be released as a standalone proposal and project? Can you give us an update on where that project stands?
So the original Connecticut Avenue project was a safety project. It's on our high entry corridor list. It is still on the list.
The answers you talked about how bike infrastructure is part of a
it's
safety
often
initiative.
one of the keyways or a bus lane or other interventions. At this point, we have a plan. We're finalizing the design. This budget now, it's about a $6 million budget. It's a much smaller scale effort. We're going to focus on intersections. I think it'll be later this spring or early summer that we will share those plans with the community. But it is currently, it's not anything other than making some safety improvements, adding signalized intersections, and other intersection improvements along the corridor.
Okay. I look forward to seeing that. And I know my Ward 3 colleague looks forward to that as well. One of the things that we've heard, I think this has been pretty consistent for the last couple of years in our public oversight portions of our hearing, has been around desperately needing a stronger east-west protected bike lane and bike infrastructure. A lot of advocacy focused on Q and R Street. But I wanted to see, why is Q and R, is it a priority? Are we going to get Q and R done? What is the stronger east-west connection that's going to be a part of your investments in a protected bike infrastructure?
We are paying a consultant to do a really robust outreach and help us understand what the options are and make some recommendations. So it would be premature
Specific to Q and R?
weigh in. No, well, along the entire network. So I'm not going to weigh in on one bike segment to say that it's something we're going to move forward on. We're going to have a process to look at it. I know there's enthusiasm for it. There's a lot of energy against it, as with everything else. So I want to make sure that we have a consistent methodology for doing this assessment.
Well, you know that you're not going to have 100% people agree with you. So what are the obstacles? We've been talking about Q and R for a long time. What are the obstacles? Why can't we just say, yes, we need to create this infrastructure and a stronger east-west connection?
Right.
We've got some great examples of the south infrastructure. We need east-west.
And to be clear, Q&R has a bike lane. It's an unprotected bike lane, and we know those are suboptimal, but there is something if we were to build a protected bike lane, it would have a tremendous impact on parking and residents there. And I'm not weighing in on any of it. I'm just stating that this is not an easy decision. None of them are easy, and we'll have a process to prioritize. And I think if we can look at it as a network, we'll know that we're going to put all our marbles on this. We're going to take some hits, but it's worth it. Or there's some other options. I don't know, but I don't want to weigh in at this point.
So I'm hearing you say the obstacle is the conflict with curbside parking?
I mean, there's pickup, drop off, there's loading. I mean, when I said parking, shorthand for all the other curbside demand.
Okay. Do you have support from ANCs?
I am not, I know there's a lot of support for the project. I heard the testimony. I know it's out there. We're not ignoring it. I just, at this point, I'm not going to make any commitments.
All right. I think to me, that's disappointing because when we see, I'm going to ask you a question so you can try to get what feels like contradictory statements around DDOT saying that it's pausing development on new bike lanes. But then just a moment ago, I heard you say, hey, listen, it's not like we're just not doing anything. We are moving forward. Because what I hear from ANC commissioners, what I hear from a lot of neighbors is really asking and pushing for the investment in the protected bike infrastructure. We've been talking about Q&R for a long time. If it's just political will, we're going to take some lumps, but let's make a decision. We've talked about this before on projects. Like, you're going to get yelled at no matter which decision you make. So let's figure out what's the best and right decision and move forward.
So I want to be clear on what we're not pausing on. We have a plan for 25 and 26. It's about 6 miles of new bike lanes. 44th Street Northwest, K Street Northeast, Riggs Road, Southern Avenue. Like, we have projects that have been placed on our website that we've done community outreach, we've done an assessment. Those are projects that are the ones that are continuing. So when we talk about new, these are new ones that will be moving forward over the next 2 years. Throwing in any more beyond that, we don't have the capacity to do it. And we're not going to speculate until there's been full outreach done. So I wanted to clear the record when I said no new. Look on our website. We have a whole list of ones that are in the mix at various phases. Those are the ones where we're going to focus on.
What I think people are hearing or seeing within that is that there might be some that are planned right now, like you listed examples. If we're waiting for a 5-year plan, and we know that even after you announce something, you're going to have to do community engagement, you have to do the design. What we're setting ourselves up for is in a year or two, when the projects you just listed are complete, we have a gap of projects because we are essentially going to just ignite a new round of debates and a new round of all the outreach to go back to projects that have been kicked around and studied for quite some time.
So I would say that there haven't been full, complete studies on things beyond the ones on our list. And part of the deliverable is a work plan. So I don't think we're going to be starting at the beginning for those projects. They'll be farther along than just a concept map.
Okay, we don't want a concept of a plan. One other question related to this. At the hearing, we heard from some folks who were both supportive of Taylor Street and a bike lane, a protected bike lane there. And then we heard from folks who were opposed to that. The opposition largely centered around, I believe it's Michigan Park Church, and their needs that we'd want to try to reasonably accommodate. They do not have their own parking lot. They don't have off-street parking, so they seem to be completely dependent on all the public parking for all their uses, which again is public parking for public use and public space. But one of the things that we heard is it sounded like DDOT had made an announcement that it was stepping back in its process, moving backwards into starting to scope and viability, whereas earlier it sounded like DDOT was moving forward. Where is DDOT on Taylor Street?
I know that that's one of the projects that's it's up on our website and it's in the queue for 25 or 26, but we are still at a planning and design phase. We're still doing outreach on it, so it's still early. And
I guess the question is which phase you're in. Are you in planning and design phase, or are you in like viability assessment phase? Because the feedback we heard from the public witnesses was that you had been in planning and design and you've stepped back to more of a feasibility assessment type of phase.
we are in the concept planning phase, which is a precursor to design. And we are soliciting feedback, and that will help shape the project for the design.
Okay. Thank you. I believe Councilor Lewis George, you're the only other council member here, so let me turn back to you for a round.
Real quick.
And we're
Last round,
we
yeah.
definitely want to stop before 3 in snow. So we'll start to kind of move towards our final rounds
Last round,
here.
yep, gotcha. Director, I want to go back to some of the Ward 4 projects and see where we are. And that was the completion of the Metro Branch Trail. Are we on schedule, and what is that completion date?
We plan to complete the MBT 1 year from now, so in February of 26. And then you had asked about Kennedy Street.
Kennedy Street reconstruction, yep.
Yeah, March 2026. Yeah, I know. And then Eastern Avenue, we are now resuming design. We had a delay in funding, but that is now back.
It's now back, okay. And what's that looking like?
We're at an early stage with design. I don't have any construction
we're still-
dates.
Okay. That's the area where I get the most questions from my co-Montgomery County council members.
Okay,
So I do want to give them an answer as well, because they've been asking me sort of what's happening on that, and
Okay.
I have to report to them on them from a regional perspective. So if I can give them some type of answer at some point later on, not now, I can do that, because I need to communicate with them.
and if you want to direct them, we have a good website about the project. And it does say on the, we resumed design spring of 2025, design completion spring 26, and then anticipated construction start then winter 26, 27. So,
Okay. So we're not looking to like 2028 right now, would be a pretty fair guess of when it's going to be delivered.
probably.
Be
But
completed.
if you want to let your counterpart know that they
Yeah.
can check it and they don't keep bombarding you with questions, that's where we'll continue to update the project.
Okay. I wanted to ask about, there was New Hampshire and Taylor, and I think it was 16th and Legate and Myrtle. Those were the full traffic signals we have been asking about, and I know the study was already initiated on those. I just wanted to know, how would I receive information back on that? Would it come through? This is where I am with the difference between TSIs and when a full traffic signal, will the full traffic, if those two intersections which we have issues are being considered, would they be wrapped up in the next round of, if they were chosen by the prioritization, that's how I would know if those like traffic signals would come to fruition?
And actually, we did already select the Myrtle Street locations.
Okay. Great.
In fiscal year 24 was the second quarter it was picked. And we did a signal warrant study last summer.
Okay.
Summer of 24. The analysis found that the intersection did not meet the warrants for a full signal or a hawk signal, but we're working to develop a design for other improvements that would include improving the existing crosswalks, adding pedestrian ahead warning signs, installing do not block intersection signs, and daylighting the intersection with markings and flex posts. So we'll have an NOI for that actually this month. And
Okay.
then we can start when the weather gets better.
Got it. And in general, can we still go on the website and look up sort of what your decision was after a study is completed?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure that part is still there.
Once the TSI is selected, then there'll be a way to see what the outcome is going to be.
Okay, and if it's not selected, what is it? Just says, does it still say pending or?
Yes. So we have a map of TSIs that are still.
And then the 311 request will obviously close out. They have to close them out. So.
Right. So the 311, we received it. It's been submitted as a TSI, but we don't just keep it open and then it's the TSI map. That's what
That
I should be
goes to.
checking.
So is there, how does the community member know? I guess it transmit, because they're just going to get the 311 closeout. Is that right?
Yes.
So how do we let them know
When the work.
this closeout isn't saying we're not doing anything? This closeout is being transferred to. a TSI that'll be awaiting in the prioritization system?
Yes, I can't recall. We had talked about whether we could still send up a notification when it is picked.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not recalling right now.
Okay.
Sorry.
If we can do that, then that would be helpful because I'm just trying to communicate to my community how they can follow up or find out follow up from those things. Georgia Avenue bus lanes is Georgia Avenue is one of our busiest corridors. Me and Councilman Nadeau are both excited about Georgia Avenue bus lanes, and it's a priority for both of us. What is the status of DDOT's effort to expand bus priority on Georgia Avenue up to Eastern Avenue?
We're still moving forward on all the planning work for the Georgia
Okay.
Avenue. It'll be one of our most ambitious and exciting bus lanes. It's
Yep.
about 4 miles. So it's moving forward. I think construction's probably not going to happen until 26, but
Okay.
we are still moving it forward in the planning process.
Okay. I'm really excited about this, and DDOT has my support here. So I just want to make sure we get the ball rolling because Georgia Avenue, there's tons of work happening already that you all are already doing to support Georgia Avenue and the speeding of that. But I think the bus lane will be a game changer. WMATA is already, and I don't know what the new name of the 70 will be. I think it's like C something. The former 70 that has a new name with the new Better Bus program won't be as effective or efficient if we don't have that bus lane.
We know 50% of the people along the corridor are traveling through buses, the level of frequency, all the
Correct.
things that would mean.
All the numbers are there.
And we preserve parking, so
Yeah.
that'll be really helpful.
Okay, great. So right now you're saying 2026.
So it's moving to design this spring. But
Okay.
realistically, it'll be late 25, early 26.
Design spring, late 2026. Okay. And then I know we had limited due to funding the number of schools we were doing per Safe Routes action plans. What number are we doing per year again for Safe Action? Safe Routes, Southwest Routes plans.
We're still doing 25 a year.
25, that's right.
Yeah, only funding change we made was to try to spread it out more evenly through a 5-year period, so we could
Okay.
consistently do 25.
Okay, so we're still good for the
Yes.
25 a
We did
year.
27 and 20 in last fiscal year.
And are those evenly among the wards?
No,
Oh,
we do
boy, here we go.
prioritize based on need. We try to spread it. We do have a
Charles, okay.
mix. But we realistically, there are, some schools where they're cropping up where there are really big concerns and hazards. So we need to get to
Okay.
those first, but it's a good mix.
All right. I have enough. So I'll just put LaSalle back as elementary on the radar and just say that is one where I'm looking to see when they will get their Safe Routes action plan done.
I know it's not this year. We have not picked for the 26 year though.
Okay. And so as a ward member, what can I expect? I guess if it's not parity amongst the wards, it's like sort of who gets it. I guess, how do you choose which schools is in the planning year?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty similar model that we use to TSIs. So the model prioritizing the need, I think is not the problem. Again, people want more, but we do look at, how many students are, how they're coming to the school, the roadway configuration, crashes, whatever else. And again, every ward has some.
Okay. Okay, well, I will put LaSalle back as on the radar and we can
Okay.
follow up on that as well. Lastly, I think we all talked about this, but I just want to know, are you all in coordination, and you may not be, and maybe someone else and Charles will know. We're still dealing with speeding, reckless driving, et cetera, and we're still seeing people with numerous tickets who are speeding. Are you all in coordination with the Attorney General's office as the STEER Act has gone into place to identify the individuals we're going to be using, the individuals that we should be targeting for being reckless drivers?
Yeah, so we are one of many agencies involved in this Vision
Okay.
Zero work. We are really not lead on that. I think
Okay.
our we're a data input in terms of our enforcement cameras,
Okay,
but we don't have a major role in the pursuit of the individuals.
okay. And then outside of OAG, the other agency I wanted to know if you coordinate MPD. I had a question about when they're investigating cases. I know we have the crime center, the crime center. Are you all coordinating with them as far as being able to do investigative work around using DDOT's cameras to also trace potential suspects?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very
Chair.
much.
As you can tell, I don't like prioritization tools.
Thank you, Councilmember. I will say, I think to DDOT's credit, DDOT's doing exactly what they said they were going to do with their TSI 2.0. I understand as a ward council member that every one of us wants our ward to be number one in every category. But I do think DDOT, the complaints we heard from 1.0 to get to 2.0, I do think it is a reprioritization. I think we always, and my expectation would be the director is always looking for ways to continue to change and improve and work on it. But I do think DDOT has been doing exactly what they said they were going to do in terms of rebalancing this. So we'll keep working on it. And I know they can hear the constructive feedback and the spirit in which it's given. Absolutely. Director, I'm told that there's a snowplow waiting for you. So I need to do my final round of questions because I think your staff wants to get you out there plowing some. So let me ask a couple of final questions and then we will wrap up. Looking at a couple of quick issues here on the Transportation Benefits Equity Amendment Act of 2020, otherwise known as Park and Cash Out. It requires employers with 20 covered employees who offer a parking subsidy for employees to also offer a cash payout for not using that parking subsidy, paying a compliance fee, or implementing a transportation demand management plan. As of January 2025, we have 1,028 employers that have submitted a compliance report, which also leaves approximately 3,400 covered employers who have not yet submitted a compliance report. What is DDOT's plan to bring the remaining employers into compliance?
Thank you. And our team has done a really good job at managing the program. And I know that there is regular outreach and notifications to the relevant businesses. I don't have anything more specific to share.
Okay. Could we have that as one of our follow-ups then so that the agency could tell us how you, specifically what we're asking for is with the remaining 3,400 employers, what are the plans to bring them into compliance?
Yep, yes, I do know that they are working with the employers, but I can get you more information.
Appreciate that. During the last budget cycle, the council funded a provision that lowered the default speed limit on collector roads from 25 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour. Has that been implemented?
We have not done the full adjustment across all relevant roads. When we are doing safety projects, we're implementing them, but we did not do have not gotten to full compliance across the board.
When you say adjustment, is that simply changing the signage?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have just like big zero decals so we can put them on the 25 and just slap a zero on top of 5?
Yes. So I think we've done the local roads. I think the question was for the collectors. I don't think we finished those. But let me get back to you on the status.
Got it. Okay. Last year, the Attorney General filed a suit against Fort Myer Construction Company for its violations of environmental regulations surrounding a water discharge permit. DOE had reported 20 violations across several years, initiating enforcement actions for 2 of them. And while fines were assessed for those violations, it doesn't seem their non-compliance has any impact on them receiving future contracts. So starting with some just basic background, are the contracts with Fort Myer internal procurements with DDOT or are they handled through OCP?
All contracts that we have go through OCP.
Okay. So I'm assuming district agencies penalize contractors for violating the terms of their contract. If you breach a contract, not only are there monetary damages, but the district is less likely to contract in the future, certainly what a lot of our small businesses experience. So what to extent does DDOT or OCP penalize companies for noncompliance with regulations issued by other agencies, which might be unrelated to the contract at issue?
So I am not clear about the status of the lawsuit and if those violations have been remediated or not. My understanding is that it was something that happened a number of years ago. We have recently awarded contracts to Fort Myer. They were found to be responsible, and the threshold that OCP needed to award those contracts were met. So I don't have any insight about the OAG issues, but we've been moving forward. They've done great work for us, and so the threshold for responsible vendor had been met. And
Okay. Are you aware of any changes in the procurement process since the lawsuit?
I'm not aware of changes in the process.
Okay. In my mind, it's not necessarily about evaluating if they do good or bad work for Department of Transportation. It's if we have an entity, a contractor who has non-compliance and citations with a sister agency, does that get flagged in a way that your agency or OCP is aware of?
I do need to defer to OCP on that. I also know that a lawsuit can take a long time and there's two sides to every story. So I don't know if there was any actual completion of the lawsuit to know that anything definitive was reached. But again, I would defer to OCP on.
Okay. I mean, in my opinion, separate from the issue of quality of work delivered for a contract for one agency, I just would expect that all contractors that are getting millions and millions and millions of taxpayer dollars are going to be compliant with our laws and our requirements across the board, regardless of agency. I have a hunch you may not be able to share a lot of detail on this one as well, but I'd be remiss if I don't mention a recent article from the Washington City paper, which had discussed the firing of a DDOT employee who raised concerns regarding a potential contractor's qualifications. Are you prohibited from speaking about that? Because I believe there's pending litigation. And what I'm really going to try to ask, though, is DDOT and OCP looking at any procurement process changes in regard to that complaint?
So you're correct. There's a lawsuit pending. I can't really discuss it. I can say that that no one member of any technical panel is able to influence things fully. They have inputs, but it is the contracting officer who is an independent view that looks at the technical panel's findings and looks at price and ultimately makes the decision towards the contract. So I stand by the OCP process. And so I think that is a good counterbalance to consider.
Okay. Well, let me wrap up with a quick conversation on Vision Zero. I think Vision Zero, we've talked about different elements of it throughout our hearing today, but I don't think we've addressed it specifically. I want to make sure we do that. Obviously, we closed 2024 with another 52 traffic fatalities. I know that's a number that neither you or I want to see. It feels like in some of the language choices, the executive seems to be shifting away from discussing Vision Zero as a specific goal, by that I'm meaning achieving actually zero, to talking more about Vision Zero as a framework of understanding and improving traffic safety. In your perspective, what's the next step in the district's implementation to try to achieve Vision Zero? And am I interpreting it correctly? Do I hear it talked about more as a framework, or is there a driving commitment to see zero by a certain date?
No, I actually, I welcome the question. And this is an issue that I talk about with my counterparts in other cities and states as well. Vision Zero tracks traffic fatalities. 52 is too many. We want and always should aspire to zero. I need to say that the metric that I really look at are looking at crashes and serious injury crashes, because when you look at the 52 fatalities last year, nearly 80% of them were tied to reckless and antisocial behavior. So someone was fleeing a traffic stop. It was a stolen vehicle. They were running a red light. I don't want to hold our work and the impact of our safety interventions on something that is so completely out of our control. And so I think it's something that we're always going to keep our eye on. But when you look at injury crashes, and it's a much bigger number to be able to actually like have a statistical impact over the years. Since 2021, across the entire city, our crashes have been going down by 25%, and that's across every ward. So when you combine major injuries and fatals, 25% decrease. And when you look at a high injury network, a corridor where we've done a specific intervention and we see reductions, 25 to 75% on those corridors, to me, that is affirming that the work we're doing is turning the dial and it makes a difference. And if the only thing I looked at to say, are our safety interventions worthwhile, were the fatality number, I think that's completely muddied. And so again, we should never lose sight of it. But there's too many other factors that have nothing to do with the roadway configuration or the work we can do to let that be the thing that drives us. Yes, the framework, safe people, safe speeds, safe streets, safe vehicles, and post-crash care. And that is the sort of Vision Zero umbrella within which we're all looking at doing our work. And so I feel good. Our investments are paying off and we have data to prove it. But if you're just going to look at the fatality number, I think the story is just too muddied.
Well, I do think that context is important. And if you want to find somebody who can talk about both and, that's me. I agree. One of our major metrics is how do we reduce major crashes, minor crashes, all crashes. This seems to be where it also hits a challenge in that Department of Transportation, you are not in charge of enforcement. It was interesting as we had the conversation with the DMV yesterday, they view their role as a big part of education. I would argue they have a big accountability piece as well that they could be doing. This is one of the major premises of the STEER Act, of trying to recognize that we can engineer a lot of changes and we will continue to push hard on making engineering changes. But, Ms. Foote talked earlier about Ron Clark. Ronnie was standing on the curb, waiting across the street. There was nothing wrong with the design of that intersection. There was nothing wrong with what he was doing. It was a driver that decided to drive recklessly, dangerously, and killed him. And so I think that Vision Zero's got to be more than just DDOT. Vision Zero needs to be DPW. It needs to be DMV. It needs to be all the agencies that touch this. Since the move of the Vision Zero office out of your office and into the CA's office and the closure of the deputy mayor's office, what difference have you seen thus far?
I have to say, I'm really impressed with the way the Vision Zero office has taken on the leadership role, and they are given, I think, more heft, even coming from the CA's office. They convene cross-agency teams, whether it's for the post-fatal crash meetings or for planning efforts, and they have everybody's attention, and there's full commitment to this effort. It's not I appreciate that it's not only DDOT. I think about that all the time, but I don't think we are swimming alone in this. I feel very supported by the other teams and the efforts that are happening. So I would say it's been working well. And I think not having a DEMWA has not slowed down the efforts. I think the Highway Safety Office has been such a huge source of energy and positive change when it comes to the culture change and education and behavior change. And we're literally talking to other cities about some of the efforts and things that we're piloting because we're just so far ahead of others.
Okay. It feels like there are elements where we are far ahead of others. I was speaking to a lot of transportation leaders from Kansas City just a couple of days ago. And when I talked about that we have drivers on our roads with $80,000 worth of dangerous driving, and they just keep coming day after day, they shook their heads and couldn't understand why in the world that was allowed. Why aren't we doing anything about it? The lack of reciprocity with Virginia and Maryland, which has not been a priority of this administration, has not pushed to get that done. There are elements where I think we are leading and doing a good job. And I think there's plenty of examples where DDOT has been leading and doing a good job. There are also elements where I don't think we're doing nearly enough. So it's kind of a mixed bag. It's a both and I also don't think it rests solely on your shoulders. I think there are other agencies that obviously have a role to play if we're going to follow the idea of the 3 E's, engineering, enforcement, and education. You don't control all the E's there. So I think that's important as we look at it. The other piece, and I thought I just want to give you the feedback to one of the questions you got asked earlier about some people being annoyed at traffic. And you talked about infrastructure decisions and investments. I think it was along Minnesota Avenue. The intent was to slow down vehicle speeds. So to the person who's driving in the vehicle, that is intentional. And you acknowledge their frustration. But the whole point was to slow the speed down and make that a safer corridor overall. The goal was not to make it free flowing as fast as you possibly can. And I do think we have to be strong and direct about that is the goal. And that means that some people will not be happy with that answer. But I just want to let you know, I appreciated your frankness and directness in that. That was the right way to answer that. It doesn't mean everyone's going to love it, but it's the right way to answer the question because that is the reality. We are trying to slow down speeds because ultimately that makes it safer. So thank you. Last thing I want to say to all your team members that are watching is good luck in the next couple hours and tomorrow. We've got a big snow event, so I know you and your team will be activated along with DPW and others through the night and all day tomorrow. So best of luck, and please remember the sidewalks as we go through this process.
That's your public service announcement, right?
Please, let's hit some sidewalks.
No, thank you. I really appreciate your partnership and your support, and I thank you for acknowledging the tremendous work that our team is doing and the long day ahead of us. And I just also want to reiterate my gratitude because I have the fortune of leading an extraordinary, talented team, and they just bring me so much pride every day. So thank you.
Absolutely. And I hope all of the team members are safe out there working in dangerous conditions this afternoon and tonight and early hours tomorrow morning. So this is going to conclude the committee's performance oversight hearing on the Department of Transportation, the MAAC, the BAC, the MAAC, the PAC, and the WAC, and the LAC, and all the ACs. I want to thank all of our witnesses for testifying. Again, any public witnesses who wish to testify submit testimony for the record for these agencies can do so through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings until February 19th, 2025. The next scheduled meeting of the committee will be next Thursday, February 20th at 9:30 a.m. The committee will hold its performance oversight hearing on the District of Columbia Water and Sewer Authority. There being no further business before the committee, the time is now 2:30 p.m. and this performance oversight hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment